Good morning.
GIC, sorry, I'm just doing a sound check, Counselor. GIC sound check 2, January 28th.
Good morning. I'm calling this meeting of the General Issues Budget Meeting to order. Excuse me. It is January the 28th, 2025. We have quorum today. Joining me, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Craig Kassar, Councillor Matt Francis, Councillor Mark Taddison, Councillor Jeff Beattie, Councillor Cameron Kretsch, Councillor Brad Clark. Joining me online is Councillor Tammy Wang and Mayor Horvath. Good morning and welcome. This is what I refer to as ABC Day, Agency Boards and Commissions, where we have our community partners coming to the table. Elsie McCray, are there any changes to the agenda?
Madam Chair, there are not, but all items listed as to be distributed have been added. And item 5.1, the minutes of the January 23rd meeting were not added. They will be brought forward for adoption once considered by Council.
Okay, thank you. It's moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Kretsch to approve the agenda as presented. Any comments on that? Seeing none. Show of hands, please. All hands are up. Thank you. That vote is carried. Any declarations of interest this morning? Seeing none. Thank you. Good morning, Councillor Pauls. Okay. On to delegations and item, 7 for information. We will begin with presentations from the Hamilton Public Library, Hamilton Conservation Authority, and the Hamilton Police Services Board. Each presentation will be followed by an opportunity for committee members to answer questions of the presenters. First, joining us this morning is the Hamilton Public Library. The following parties will be presenting on behalf of HPL: Nicholas Van Velzen, who is the chair, Gauguin Batra, the vice chair, and of course, the CEO and chief librarian, Mr. Paul Takla. Welcome and good morning.
Apologies.
If you're watching from home or from work, we're just setting up the presentation, which will start momentarily.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mayor, Councillors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nick Van Velzen. I'm the current chair of the Hamilton Public Library Board. Today we will be reviewing how HPL is advancing council priorities as a library. The budget is a maintenance budget that adds critical investments in technology to maintain our services and addresses some inflationary pressures. We are proposing a 7% increase over last year. We hope that at the end of the presentation, you will have a fuller understanding of the value of a library card today and of the 5 pillars of public library service. When the city passed the EDAP, the library board looked at ways we could support that plan. It is important to recognize that our focus on access learning, economic and social revitalization in response to the EDAP also aligns with current council direction and priorities. Many of the actions listed here will be touched on in this presentation. When we look at the current budget direction and this council's priorities, I think there are two overall points for council to consider. The first point is that HPL is actively advancing and supporting each one of your priorities. Throughout this presentation, we will be showing where we are advancing a specific priority. Secondly, the review of budgets that we are all being asked to do is something HPL has done for many years. The library board has worked with staff to ensure that we are effectively innovating and adapting so that we can have the most impact with the funding we receive. HPL has been mindful that council faces many pressures, so we have strived to meet that budget direction. Before we look at the budget numbers, it is important to pause for a moment and look at the value of a library card to Hamilton residents. Through our many partnerships and through our focus on providing library services that are currently needed and valued by residents, the library card today is more powerful than it has ever been. Thank you to Council for your investment in us over the years, and a special thank you for recently making the Civic Museum access with the library card permanent. Libraries are about books and a lot more. Do you know that getting an HPL library card is an important final step before most newcomers can get a health card? The Ontario government requires ID with a signature on it, so we work with local organizations in assisting newcomers to make sure they include a stop at the library as part of the welcome process. Thanks to our ongoing partnership with the city, the library has been able to renew and provide quality library spaces in many parts of the city. We look forward to continuing that journey in the years ahead. You're going to hear a bit more about what we have done to address gaps and barriers to library service. We are pleased to share that all this work has resulted in strong growth in the library usage and membership. We currently have more than 183,000 active members, more than any time in the past 12 years. Residents are embracing library service and coming together in our spaces, experiencing the community. HPL is working with other libraries to better understand how public libraries impact individuals and communities. Investments in these 5 pillars of library service, collections, spaces, technology, programs, and staff, are each important, and together they add up to more than the individual parts put together. Community surveys over the years have consistently shown that residents highly value HPL and the work that staff do. The library board has long understood that the city faces many other pressures, so we have followed an ongoing strategy to ensure that we are having the most impact with the resources we have. Our overall staff complement is slightly lower than it was 20 years ago, yet we provide vastly more services to residents. For the library, the 3 most successful strategies we have utilized are: 1, self-service, enabling residents to perform many tasks that were previously done by staff. 20 years ago, scanning barcodes to check in and out materials was the single biggest activity staff were engaged in. 2, removing processes that add work but do not benefit residents. A great example of this is removing pre-registration for most of our programs that created a barrier for residents, and removing the barrier has freed up staff to focus more on program delivery. 3, removing small fees. We found that some of the small fees we collect cost us more to administer than the revenue they generate. Enabling a student to print an assignment, a resident to print a resume, or a government form is very much appreciated and costs us less than collecting and counting change. I want to acknowledge and thank staff for all the work they did to minimize the negative impacts of the cyber event. For decades, the library has been a leader in providing digital access to residents. The fact that public computers and printing was down for most of 2024 was a major concern for us. We apologize to impacted residents, and the technology investments we are asking for in this budget are critical to ensuring that we prevent that kind of disruption in the future. Despite the cyber disruption, there were some bright spots in 2024. Library programs continued to expand, and our work in partnership with the City Indigenous Relations Team continued to gain momentum. Finally, in 2024, the Liberian Learning Center opened in Painesville, Liberia. Congratulations to Empowerment Squared and to everyone who supported this initiative. At our community desk at Central, different non-for-profits are bringing supports to residents. In the first couple of weeks, the Hamilton Family Health Team connected 62 residents to a primary care doctor. Just one more thing you can do at your public library. Our budget request for 2025 is the highest increase we have asked for in many years. This increase is driven by critical investments we need to make in technology and by inflationary pressures. This table shows a summary of our budget. The contractual increase reflects increases mostly to technology-related contracts. We have been working with the city to ensure that for security reasons, the library's network is more separated from the city's. You will notice a large increase in the financial total. The budget is relatively small in dollar terms. The increase reflects increases in both insurance and audit expenses. This table better shows dollar increases in different areas. Digital technology and the increases are a large driver. Wages are the largest increase. We are not increasing our staff complement. A reminder that library wage increases match those of the city, so we can maintain pay equity. This table shows funding we received to offset the levy. As directed by council, the library board is using some reserves to moderate increases in our operating budget. We recently received a generous donation from the estate of the library member. These funds will be utilized to support story times. We are always looking for other sources, and I would note that the provincial funding has not changed in a generation. I'm now going to call on Vice Chair Gagan Bacha to expand on the pillars of library service at the library.
Thank you, Nick. My name is Gagan Batra. I'm the current vice chair of HPL, and I'm going to build upon what Nick was speaking about with regard to the staffing levels. So as Nick has shared, HPL has worked incredibly hard over the years to control our FTE count. It's important to understand that we have done this through attrition and not through layoffs. We focus a lot as a board and as an organization on staff learning and development so that staff are prepared to meet the growing needs and changing needs of the community. This approach has worked successfully for HPL. Year after year, we've seen HPL near the top of the satisfaction survey for our city survey. That result is a direct reflection of our staff, and we take pride in that. We need to acknowledge, though, that the challenges our community has experienced over the last number of years has impacted us. And obviously, we know what those challenges have been, from COVID to the cyber attack. There is still a lot of positive engagement. Too often, though, the negative has clouded out the positive. Coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, HPL, like other organizations, had many staff vacancies. Starting in 2022, what we did was use the vacancies to rebalance our staffing complement around the system to address the gaps and the library service hours. We're happy to report, though, that over this, we added over 300 hours a week of service and expanded library services everywhere, and that we are no longer closed on Fridays. On top of the expanded core service hours, we expanded our evening hours city study hall program to all regions of the city, including Central, and those programs and spaces are listed on the PowerPoint. So now we work to keep 7 locations open until midnight from Monday to Thursday for quiet independent study to further support our population. We do this by having a security guard on staff on site to supervise the space. HPL is continuing to adapt to the changing media and information landscape. We do this while remaining focused on supporting families to grow the next generation of readers, knowing that media is changing. We place a large emphasis on supporting local and making sure our residents can learn about our history. This includes online access to the Hamilton Spectator, which is now available from 1846 up until a couple of weeks ago. Expanding our express bestsellers so people are able to access those bestseller titles earlier. Spotlighting our local programs and our local authors. Digitizing our local history and archives, and expanding the non-traditional items to borrow, which can include things like engineering kits, instruments, and other things that people might be interested in. Our library programs were a bright spot of 2024 coming out of the pandemic. We look to continue to build on the momentum and expand our programs and services even further for more programming at our locations. There's a demand for positive community and learning activities, and this is true of people of all ages. So we offer programming for seniors, youth, and all populations. The library programs offer a reprieve from social isolation, and all of them, a majority of them are free, so we take a lot of pride in that. This table on the chart shows how the pandemic caused a sustained disruption to our ability to bring people together. As you can see, pre-COVID-19 levels of our programming attendance were some of the highest we had seen, and that took a significant dip because of the pandemic. But we're happy that this is slowly increasing and we're reaching those pre-COVID levels. The youth are our future, so our largest effort goes to programs for youth. We do target some programs for seniors, but the pie chart underrepresents their population. And many of the seniors do attend our adult programs and technology programs. I'll just leave this quote from Max's mom on there for everyone to read.
I've gone.
There we go.
Okay.
Now you can read the quote from Max's mom. Okay. At HPL, we're proud of our decades-long commitment to making sure residents are not left out of opportunities in the digital world. As we know, the world is changing, and programs should be offered to provide people that access to the digital space. An increasing pressure HPL sees, like other libraries, is that governments and other entities have moved services online without addressing those gaps in the understanding for how to utilize those services, or the gaps in the technology that's available for people to access the services. So oftentimes, a lot of these residents will come to the library to support them, whether that's to use the computer, the internet, or learn how to access those programs themselves. And when a resident does not get a benefit from the provincial or federal programs that our taxes fund, they lose, and we as a community lose. So we try to fill that gap. I'll leave this other quote up there from author A.K. Riley. Okay, so this slide shows where the investments we're requesting in technology will go. You'll see the pie chart there, which reflects where those investments are allocated. I just want to highlight that this is critical so that residents will maintain that access to reliable and secure computer needs as the world is moving towards more digital space. We're helping create a local workforce capable of succeeding in this 21st century. Thanks to our partnership with Council, HPL has been able to build more sustainable libraries, which we're incredibly proud of. We're hoping to receive positive news about an application we had submitted for the Green and Inclusive Community Buildings program to further advance Mount Hope, and some of the strides we had made in our other branches are on the slide here, one of which is Valley Park branch, recently achieving LEED Gold certification. HPL strives to create spaces that the community can be proud of. Sometimes this involves new buildings to address the growth, but it also includes maintaining our existing spaces at our locations that are currently in service. Because our buildings are so well used and they're so popular, they take a lot of wear and tear. So what we want to do is make sure that we have a budget to address these needs, to make sure that our spaces are open and reflective of the community. So that brings the presentation to a close. I want to thank our board councillors. As we welcome Councillor Kretsch to the library board, we thank Councillor Nunn for her continued and thoughtful contributions. And thank you to Councillor McMeekin for his passion in books and storytelling. Without Council's ongoing investments, HPL would not be able to do what we do. Because of your support and the work of the staff that we have, over 183,000 residents are currently active library members. And with the investment that we are asking for, we look forward to reporting back next year on how we have increased engagement even more and how residents can say that they experienced the freedom to belong and discover at HPL. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. The youth are our future. I think that's a brilliant line. Questions from members of council, recognizing Councillor Cretch, please.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I have really enjoyed my time on the library board so far. I happen to know a little more than everybody else. As a library board member, we go over this stuff in some real detail before it comes here. And one thing I thought was worth highlighting in some more detail was just explaining sort of what those IT infrastructure costs are related to. I know that some of the costs are related to what has happened as a result of the cybersecurity incident. And I thought it'd be worth maybe unpacking that a little bit, because I think everyone here probably knows how deeply people depend on those resources at the library. And then maybe just informing us about like how long they were down, what the impact that was, and that kind of thing, and just giving us a bit more information about that would be helpful.
There are 5 areas, 5 contracts that are improving our response for the next cyber attack. The most notable one is a firewall for each individual computer facing the public. And that has a monthly fee times the number of computers times all the branches. And so that's quite a large number. I think 140.
That was.
I think, and well, I'll leave it to Pam to correct that. But there are many, obviously, many opportunities for our computers to interface with the public and for an exposure to risk. And by putting those firewalls in place, we are protecting the overall system.
Thank you. Just to pick up on that, and I think, this cyber attack had a big impact, especially on the digital access that we provide. So we were able to, people could still borrow material, people could eventually, they couldn't place holds for a little while. The library was open for our regular hours and study halls and things. The rural, we keep our rural branches open with technology so that we can serve these small populations, but give them adequate library service. That was impacted as well for a while, but the biggest impact was on that computers and printing. And so many people rely on us for that. People are coming in using the library, and oftentimes it's to help them with life challenges that they're facing. I think we've been working very cooperatively with City IT and Cyrus Tarani, the digital, so in terms of making sure we're having better separation from the city. And I think, given the world we live in right now, with all the cyber threats, it's really important that we have an eye on the ball, what's happening. And so because more than half of our IT emphasis is on external access, supporting the community, we do present some security risks compared to, say, the safe computing environment that the city needs. So that having us further separated is in the interests of the community, it's in the interests of the city of Hamilton and the Hamilton Public Library. So that's a process, and I think we're all trying to evolve and adapt to, the current context.
Thanks. Just appreciated the extra context on the reason for the increased expenses this year. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Just a reminder to all presenters that when you're speaking, if you can get as close to the mic as possible. We can hear you here, but some people are watching virtually and want to make sure that you're heard clearly. Councillor Taddison.
Thanks very much for that presentation. I just want to ask a couple questions. First one being about the 8 p.m. to 12 p.m. after hours in service. And then you said that there's a security guard that watches and it's basically no other staff other than security guard. Do you have any, could you go into any details on the attendance that, how well is that project used? Like how, this is the space used during that time?
So, and I don't have the numbers off the top of the head, but you meet people and basically people are using that to do studying. When we first started it, it was intended to support students. And it was an idea that we picked up from Markham and other places where you have a lot of students in the GTA that go to school out of town, but they live at home. And so by keeping the library open, what happens is the students say they might be going to Sheridan College or might be going somewhere else. They can get home, have their dinner, but their home is not necessarily a conducive place for them to get a lot of studying. So keeping the library open till midnight. We use a security guard. It was kind of the sort of only option we had. And, it's affordable. The computers and printing are available for self-service, and it's worked really well. So I can send you the numbers, and I think it's more of the impact. So there are people attending these. I think it's more of the impact it has for people that's really important. And so, if you can imagine someone maybe lives in, and I think this is something, as people live in sort of denser, more people at home, not always the best place to study. People have a lack of access to digital. What's been interesting is that we used to sort of gear that program just for students. Then we realized that was too restrictive because we have adults who may not be in formal education, but are trying to do some online courses on the side or trying to do things like that. So, that's kind of what it's about. And it's just trying to, I think we call it, a library is a asset for the community. And if we can keep that open more hours, there's more benefits. So that's worked very well, and we've had remarkably few problems with
Thank you. I appreciate that detailed answer. One other question, the extended hours in rural communities like Mount Hope, that's attained through users having access as long as they have a library card. Have there been any security issues with that?
So.
Not really, nor nothing major. There is a backup phone line that if something does happen after hours in the rural access model, that a central person at the library can be contacted and then respond appropriately. But as far as incidents in those branches for vandalism or anything like that, there hasn't really been anything at all.
Thank you very much. No more questions.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor Clark.
Thank you, and good morning, Budget Chair Wilson, and good morning, Chief Librarian, Chair Nicholas, and the members of the board that are probably up in the audience as well. Good to see them. Thank you for the presentation. I just made sure with Councillor Cassar, given my 10-minute lateness, I didn't want to have anything repetitive. And he said, Tom, go ahead and ask because they didn't mention it. Give us the status on the bookmobiles, please. I recall last year, Nicholas, you and the Chief Librarian were hoping that given the state of the current bookmobiles, you were hoping to look towards purchasing some new down the road and keeping the Ed and Connie Dowler legacy memory estate moving forward. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Absolutely, Councillor Jackson. We were prepared for this answer. I knew it was coming. And I think Paul will agree that I've been pestering him all year about this. The bookmobiles are aging, and we are keenly aware of the need to be prudent and not throw good money after bad. We need to make an upgrade. But we want to hit certain benchmarks in terms of sustainability because this fleet will be there for at least the next 15 years. And what kind of bus do we want to be driving in the year 2040? And so we're hoping to go for electric or a hybrid, but the technology is not there yet. So it's a matter that if we hold off a little bit longer and wait for other people to be the early adopters to flesh out the problems, then we will be much better off in the long run if we just wait that little bit longer for the technology to catch up with what our needs are.
I could just, and if,
Please, Paul.
and if I could just add, I know our staff are working with Fleet, and we're planning on doing an RFP this year. Okay, so like we're moving forward, and Fleet has been great to work with them because we need to make sure that we get value for our money, that we get reliable technology, and also we get bookmobiles that can be serviced. And so that in partnership with Fleet Services is really important. So, we don't have a timeline yet, except that we will be going to tender, and we have the money in the budget, and, so we're going to keep moving that process moving forward.
Well, those are two very important points in terms of it's on your radar, hoping to go to tender to see what's out there, and money in the reserve to hopefully purchase new. And so can I just ask in the interim that you're not decommissioning the bookmobiles at this time?
Oh,
Chair
certainly not,
Nicholas,
certainly
please.
not. It's a valued resource for so many people, and it's absolutely critical that they remain on the road.
I can tell you, Budget Chair Wilson, quickly, at 801 Upper Gage, the City of Hamilton Housing Swansea Building that many of you now know through the work of that Tenants Association. Several months ago, Chief Librarian, there was a mad outcry when they heard that potentially because of some configuration in the parking lot, the bookmobile maybe couldn't fit in anymore because of parking bylaws, whatever. Thank you to your staff. We met and we arranged it, and the seniors, the 240 seniors, are very happy that service is continuing there. Could you please just give some more outline onto your largest budget increase in recent memory? Could you just maybe outline again between the two of you, Chair Nicholas and Chief Librarian, just again some bullet points quickly for public consumption? What's driving it? I got the cyber thing, but just maybe some bullet points quickly again to summarize.
For
Through you,
this
Budget Chair
year-
Wilson?
For this year, the other large driver is wage increases, and we are not increasing the number of staff. We are not increasing our FTE count. We are matching the wage increases that the city has given, or as given its employees as a matter of pay equity. We're obliged to do that, and it's sort of out of the board's control that way. But yeah, we're obliged to do it, and that's the other key driver for this year.
Yeah, and so like a dollar value, and it's on that slide where you have the people cost, okay, although the percentage increase isn't great, it's the largest dollar. And then the second one is the digital technology investments. And that includes both the infrastructure to help us continue to provide the service that we do, but do so more reliably going forward. So those are the two biggest ones. There's other inflationary pressures, and I think, but they may look higher in percentage, but in terms of dollars, they're not that much.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Chief Librarian. Do I still have time for one or two more quick questions? Budget Chair?
10 seconds, one question.
Okay. I'm a little bit alarmed on your slide that says investing in literacy for future generations. Adult illiteracy is on the rise in the community. Can somebody please give some explanation about that, please? I'm just reading from your slide chart here. Adult illiteracy is on the rise in the community. Somebody must have put obviously some time and research into that.
So it's not a phenomenon that's unique to Hamilton. And in fact, if you look south of the border, it's, rates of adult literacy in a lot of American communities has been going up for some time. The same is true in Canada to a lesser extent. I think, part of it is, and I think we all know that there's a lot of distractions for youth right now. And so, the kids, instead of, going on, they're getting on technology too much, gaming, different things. So in some ways, we're moving backwards in terms of our general collective understanding and overall literacy. And so it is a problem. I think there's a lot of focus on trying to do that. One of the things the library did a number of years ago when the province went to all-day kindergarten, the library shifted to focus on preschool, getting kids ready for kindergarten. Because I think what the research has shown is those first 4 years are super, super critical to development. And, I think the example would be if someone is in a home where they're getting read to and there's books, by the time they're 4, they have a vocabulary with 70,000 more words than someone, that isn't in that environment. And so even though they may not be verbal, it's all that, those neurons are connecting. And so we're focused on that. One of my favorite programs to go to is they have, and I think it started at Kenilworth, is we have this Getting Ready for Kindergarten, where we have kids come in and, they learn how, they're taught what they need to do in kindergarten, how to raise their hand, what you're going to do. You need to learn to sign your name, so the kids, sign their name, and at the beginning of the program, it's, a squiggly line by the end of it, a lot of them, and it gives them confidence for school. And I think, when we talk about literacy, one of the most important things about the library is the model, and this is what the evidence really indicates, is that, we want everyone to get practical skills in life. We would all agree with that. The key, though, to literacy is making sure kids have fun with reading and they're inspired by it. Because if you can get, and so if someone's reading Captain Underpants and it's funny for them, that's great, because what they're doing is they're learning their literacy skills. And so when they get into school, reading is not something that they fear. And so if you don't have that kind of access, something to, so it's, and I think the model that really fits the library is that idea that education is not filling a bucket, but it's sparking a fire. And so if, that's why we try to have all this great literature to inspire kids to, to learn about the world and to be inspired. So I think we're doing okay, but kids are someone's only 4 once. So so we really need to make sure we're laser focused as a community on doing that.
Chief Librarian, fascinating information and response and explanation. Much appreciated. Can I go back on a second time, please? Or do I need everyone's indulgence? Oh, no, we're at committee, aren't we? So I don't have to beg. Could I go on a second time, please, Budget Chair Wilson? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark.
I'm giggling because of Captain Underpants. I read books to my grandchildren, and they've advised me that I must use the voices, because otherwise it's not reading the book. And when we're reading Captain Underpants, and this is not, I'm not going to share photographs, but I have to wear underwear on the head to read Captain Underpants, and they love it. I mean, the kids really respond to someone reading stories to them. And it might be underwear on the head, I don't know.
If there's no photos, it didn't happen, so.
Thank you. And what happens in the library stays in the library. I just wanted to ask a couple of quick questions. I'm going to form them in the way of a question, just so that I don't get in trouble with the chair. How are we doing at Valley Park Library?
Any one of us.
We're doing great. It's heavily trafficked. There's so much usage there, and it's a wide range of services that we simply didn't have before. The community spaces are being utilized at a high rate, and we're especially proud of the LEED rating that we have that is going to be a model for branches going into the future.
Hi, sorry. Valley Park is my home branch that I go to every weekend, so I'm very excited to talk about it. But yeah, it's very heavily used. I can say on Saturday when I was there wasn't a single space for me to sit because there were so many people doing their homework, and it was just a great way seeing everybody collaborate. The study rooms are being used, so it's great. The collection is amazing there too, so it's doing really well.
I was hoping you were going to say that, because that has been my observation. I go to the library once a month, and we have ward days there, and residents come to the library to meet with me, and I see many of them looking at books and bringing books in because they're going to check them out. So it's a wonderful relationship, and I can tell you those study rooms are packed, and it's challenging many days to even get time to be in one of those rooms. So it's a wonderful improvement could you just speak quickly, Paul, to the award that we received for the climate change initiative that we put in terms of that wonderful LEEDS program? The residents see it all the time. They comment about the sun panels. Just talk to it briefly in terms of what it has meant to the Valley Park Library.
Well, I think, and part of it was we had an investment from the Heritage Green Community Trust, which paid for the LEED certification and they paid for the community room. So that was just some extra money that was put on top of the project to make sure we could do that. And I think, so the great thing about this, so the LEED certification is an important component of of learning. And so there's scavenger hunts and activities for people so that they can learn about LEED and sustainability. And I think one of the things that we realize at the library is that because a lot of people interact with us, part of our role of sustainability needs to be helping educate people, helping engage them. We have great partnerships with Green Venture and others to try to make sure people know how to be sustainable. One thing I would just add, the design, it was on budget. The costs, the energy costs for the building are significantly lower going forward. And so I think it was Hamilton Architect, McAllen Sather designed it, and now they're building a library for Toronto Public Library. But it's been very well. One thing I would just add about the building that maybe is not about the environment, but just we did a lot of sound mitigation. And this is something that is, because we try to build our spaces open, because we know our program's going to need to change, and we don't know what it's going to be like in 10 years. We try to keep things flexible, but noise is kind of the one persistent challenge that model presents. And it's not only is it environmentally sustainable, it was designed to absorb all the sound. And that's why you have so many people using it, because you're aware of noise when you're aware of it. And so some people notice, but it does make a big difference on the experience.
Yeah, you notice it when you're trying to study, because the silence really helps you. Anyways, I'm very proud of how we worked with the board for the Valley Park expansion. It was wonderful, the way we connected it with the facilities, so everything was working together to minimize the budget increases. And I am so proud of the staff up there, because I have not seen that library as busy as it is. And the staff are always smiling and very grateful to see everyone coming in, and everyone's a big family up there. So thank you to the board for all of that work that you did, and thank you to the staff up there. And I'm sure all of our libraries are exactly the same as Valley Park. So I appreciate that.
Councillor, you are a big part in that branch's success as well.
Oh, God bless you. Okay, I got what I wanted out of that one. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Up next, Councillor Pauls, followed by Councillor Beatty, and then second-time speakers.
Thank you. I was looking at page 2 and 4, and I noticed we'll just go from 2017, we had a 1.8, 18, and goes up 2.4, 2, 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, 4.4, now 7%. And the two main drivers were digital and staff. And my question is, first of all, how comparable are these to other cities? The increase. Yeah.
Well, I know, so Toronto Public, I believe they were in a double-digit increase this year because council is actually investing in keeping all their branches open on Sundays, and they have 99 branches. So, I think it's very much depending on what's going on in in the municipality. I would say that our strategy that the library, so we do have increasing staff costs, and we value our staff. Our staff, we wouldn't be able to do what we do if it wasn't for them. That's how the community experiences a library, is through the staff. But we have over time controlled our complement. And so, we have roughly the same staff They are better educated than they were 20 years ago. We're also providing a lot more service. You know, we added 300 hours a week without adding to our complement. When you look at the percentage of staff costs per our overall budget, it is slightly lower than what you would see in most other municipalities. Like, not a lot, but a little bit lower. So I think, like, you know, we compare very well on you know, against other libraries. And I think one of the reasons for that is that we've had a long-term partnership with the City of Hamilton. The Library Board and Council have worked together, you know, to invest in communities across, you know, in all the wards. Bar one that we're still working on now, you know, and I think what we're hoping is that as we move forward, we can start to look at addressing future growth in the city, making sure that library service is available, because it really does add a lot of value to people and, you know, families. It helps parents be less isolated. You know, there's a lot of good things that, you know, that we need to nourish. And I think, you know, a lot of the problems, we've seen a lot of, I would say, and it's not unique to Hamilton, because we interact with so many people. When people are in a bad mood, we hear about it. And there's a lot of people that have been in a pretty bad mood for quite a while. And it is trying. And I think one of the challenges is that, and you can see, look at the numbers, during COVID, there was a lack of social connection. And it has impacted everyone, some people differently. But, you know, people who were struggling before, you know, and it's just not healthy for people not to be around other people and interact. So I think we have a long way to go about repairing our social fabric. And what we need positive things that bring people together. And that's really what we focus on at the library. We're here for everyone. You know, we don't tell people how they should think, okay? We're here for people to discover what they want and hopefully belong into the community. I hope that answered your question.
Well, the reason I'm asking that is because on page, I think it's 4, it says, the focus of 2025 is related to people costs to ensure we have correct talent in the proper location, social workers, security guards. And I'm wondering if our libraries have changed from, you know, 5 years ago. Suddenly we need social workers and we need security guards in our libraries. So I just find that the reason that statement says that is because we have to talent of a social worker. And so I'm just wondering that how are the library changing? The purpose was, when I was a kid, to go there, get a book and read. Now it's not just to get a book and read. We're putting money into social services and, you know, safety measures. So can you explain how it has changed, that's what the main cost would be?
Well,
not just books.
Fair enough. And if I could just say, so when we talk about, so we're a $35 million organization. We do have, so first of all, we focus on what we do as a library, but we do have some partnerships. And those partnerships, I would say, are out of necessity to help us manage our space. So we've had security guards at Central, well, since Central opened in 1980. During COVID in the last few years, we ended up spending a lot more money on security because of all the things that are happening around us. We have a responsibility to provide a safe environment. And, you know, I worry that moms are going to be afraid to go to the library because, you know, they see someone have a mental health outburst. And what are the public health costs of that child not getting engaged and developing their full learning? This is not good for them. It's not good for our community. Our strategy has been to work with partners to provide those services. So we do have a social worker at the library, but we contract out through public health outreach team. So it's not a library employee, but we contract that service. It would be great if 5 years from now, we wouldn't need that program. But it's very valuable. I think one of the best things we've done, also, we were spending more money on security. We have put an investment in starting a peer support program with the CMHA Hamilton, and that's really engaged peer support. That's actually been a model that has already started to make a difference. Once again, the library is not adding peer support workers to our employment. We're working with trusted partners to bring that service into our space, because the fact is, you would say on an average week, we would normally get 20,000 people at the Central Library. And so if we're connecting people to services, that's good for them and that's good for the community. So, like the example we gave of the health team connecting 63 people in the first 2 weeks to a primary care physician. There was a guy there that didn't have a health card, and it's like, we can help you here. Come talk to them. Oh, I don't know. Sure, go ahead and talk. And now we're having people come back and say, oh my God, I now have a doctor and I'm getting things addressed. So in an ideal world, we wouldn't need a security guard. We wouldn't need a social worker. But what we're doing is we're trying to invite others in to serve residents in our spaces, because that's where people are. So I actually think we've been very responsible in how we've responded. And when you look at the dollars amount, it's very modest.
Thank you, Chief Librarian. That's your time. Councillor?
If I could add to that,
Thank you.
libraries are community spaces, and as such, they reflect what goes on in the larger community. And with the housing crisis, with the opioid crisis, that's something we find being brought into our spaces, and those are pressures which we need to address. We are obliged to present a safe and welcoming space for everyone, and these pressures are something that are outside the role of traditional librarianship, that our librarians are not trained as security agents. They're not trained as social workers as such. And we need to be able to address those pressures that are part of the larger community in which we exist.
Thank you for saying that, and that's why we need strong policing as well. Thank you.
It's your time. Councillor Beattie, followed by Councillor Spatafora, and then we're on to second-time speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, thank you for the presentation. Always great to see you guys. And I share Councillor Jackson's affection for the bookmobile, and I'm thankful for the expansion into the Winona community, and I hope that it's as well used as I hear it is anecdotally. And so following along that train, and speaking of growth areas, the budget's been classified as a maintenance budget, but I'm curious to know how your long-term capital needs in your capital plan are reflected in this budget to be able to respond to growth areas within our community.
My turn? Okay. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm the Director of Finance at HPL. So as it relates to our strategic going forward future outlook, right now at this point in time, we have in the capital budget an additional $1.5 million. And that is to help us be self-sufficient from an IT network perspective, less reliant on the city. We have indicated through our presentation that the additional $600,000 that is in the contractual service category is strictly due to upgrades, maintenance, our automated servers, our automated self-checkouts. All of these things allow us to have less people costs. But without maintaining that IT network infrastructure, we're now at a point where we've come to you to say, this year is an unprecedented year. We are asking for 7%, but it is because of the needs of the community at this point in time.
Thank you for the answer. Wasn't necessarily where I was going, but I do appreciate and it's important to highlight. I'm thinking more of from a bricks and mortar standpoint. In high growth areas, there are new branches that are part of your eventual capital plan. just trying to get an update in terms of any disruption or any changes to the capital plan as a result from what's been classified as a maintenance budget and perhaps a reprioritization of some of your efforts for the fiscal year 2025 and any impact on future growth projects.
So if I could, just thank you for the question. So I think we're working on it. One of the goals for this year is to develop a new facilities master plan to take us through, the next 15 years. So there are projects earmarked for potential future development dollar investments. We have used library reserves. We still have some reserves, but we've always been able to utilize those in partnership with the city. So right now, our priority for this year is basically, besides IT, it's Mount Hope, getting Mount Hope underway. And so we do have future projects planned, including Winona, but I think what's going to happen is, as we do that long-term planning, we're going to have to work with council and work with individual councillors on where those priorities are and, what is the timing of them. And I think, like right now, we're working on a plan with the Discovery Centre, which would be a huge community builder. And that's in the plan. So I think, it kind of remains to be seen. And we're going to have to work with council, every year to make sure we have a plan that addresses growth, but also make sure that we're keeping our facilities in order. The whole asset management is a big piece. I think we have work to do, but if you can see when we look at the projects, we are also focused on maintaining existing. So we're much better than we were 10 years ago in terms of facility sustainability. And, we'll have to work, and, we'll have to see how many people actually, how big the city grows, and whether we're willing to get that investment in partnership with council.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Spatafora, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for being here today. First thing I want to say is I'm looking forward. I know we've had some conversations about Ward 14, and I'm looking forward to those. We have community partners that are looking to partner with you for temporary site or what could even be a full-time site without having to build out a big library. So looking forward to those conversations. I thank you for engaging in that. Couple questions. To follow up on Councillor Pauls, you talked about the new challenges we're facing in regards to why we need security guards, social workers. I'm going to take a different approach. I'm not going to bash the government. They're all bad. They're all good. The provincial government is responsible for housing, homelessness, mental health. Has there been any conversation with the province? And I don't know if that's something you would do or if that's something you would bring here and we would do on your behalf, to talk about the challenges that the library is facing now that they weren't facing prior. Because when we talk about the money that we spend as a municipality, and we've spent, I know the number continues to grow in 2024, or did, maybe some of that money should be coming from somewhere else. These are monies we're spending when we never spent them before, and it's not because we're updating and we're providing more. We are providing more, but we're providing them because of a homelessness crisis and the social needs and some of the mental health issues, which are both the carriage of the provincial government, not of ours. So if we're spending money in those areas, it would be good for us to know what that number is. And if you guys are having those conversations with the province, or if that's something you would do. Through you, Chair.
You're absolutely right, and we are engaged in advocacy work, not on our own, but through provincial networks, because we are not alone in these issues. We have them in common with many other urban libraries. So that work is going on. It's not work that anyone sees, but it is happening. Yes. Paul.
Yeah, if I could just add that a number of years ago, well, a few years ago, we got council to endorse a letter. We've been advocating, like with AMO and others. And how I would describe the situation, you're right, is there's a lack of investment, mainly from the provincial government, but higher levels of government. And so, that's why, like some people say, well, how come you have to be so tight with your staff over the years? Well, it's like we understand that the problem is that we can have perfect support from the municipal government, but at the end of the day, there's pressures on the municipal government that are really because there's the higher levels of government aren't addressing those problems. And so, that's why we try to be careful and, make sure that we're growing our budget carefully and growing our service carefully. But no, we're absolutely engaged in that. And the thing is, the libraries, Ontario hasn't really, the province used to invest more. We get about $1 million of public library operating grant. And we've been advocating for years for a reform of that program, all of us. We have said that there needs to be a priority for rural and First Nations libraries as a library community, because we know our friends in northern and rural communities, the money, they're part of entities, municipalities that really have very small budgets to begin with. And so you have, CEOs working half-time, making peanuts and trying to run a library. So we continue to make those efforts. I moved to Hamilton from New York in '99, and I would say since 1999, we haven't really seen much progress in terms of provincial government investment in libraries. To be honest, that's been the case. But I think we need to work together, because anytime, the higher levels of government are not investing or solving the problems that are under their purview, it ends up being felt locally. So.
Thank you. So, and I'm not sure if you have, and I'm not asking for it now, if you do have the number that you would think, the exact number or an approximate number you spent on security and social work programming, if you can just send it, I'd really appreciate what that number looks like. My last question is, and I didn't see it in the presentation, what is the unallocated balance of your reserve? Unallocated funds. So I know some of your reserve funding's been allocated. I'm not worried. What else? What's the balance after you take that out?
We don't have that there. No, we'd have to follow up with that one.
Councillor, we'll follow up with that as well. Yep. I apologize. I just don't have it right.
No problem. That's it for me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you, Chief Librarian, HPL staff, as well as HPL board members for your consistent work for fostering spaces that meet the mission statement of the library in terms of freedom to belong and discover. I can imagine the challenge of bringing forward a budget, which is a very unprecedented ask for HPL, given your consistent demonstration year upon year, bringing in what I would say a prudent budget that meets kind of the predetermined targets that had been put forward by previous terms of council. So I appreciate that might have been a difficult moment. I see this budget as a reflection of putting that mission of freedom to belong and discover in action and right-sizing your operational needs to meet that mission. Valuing the humanity of those who walk in the door without judgment is so deeply appreciated in otherwise increasingly divisive times, where some are actively being dehumanized in our neighborhoods and communities. So thank you for all the efforts by the board and staff, the excellence you've brought in terms of real tangible solutions that continue to make some of the smaller branches, like our beloved Barton branch, a place that remains a beacon of community. The work of connecting all residents to resources, whether it's a book, filling out your health card application, or learning about other services available in the city, and ensuring that the space remains welcoming and safe for all library goers, continues to demonstrate public service excellence. On a personal note, thank you for 2 years of collaborating while serving on your board, where I had to regrettably resign earlier in the term. Just wanted to offer those comments in light of I think for some folks, what is being perceived as a new service standard or new service response from the library around safety, around health equity. I've always experienced that in libraries as a little kid who grew up in her library and loved it in the small town of Merritt and have been an active library user in every municipality I've lived in. So thank you so much for your ongoing work.
Thank you. Any other first-time speakers? Councillor Jackson, you're back up.
Thanks, Budget Chair. Wilson, through you, changing media consumption trends, physical books continue to remain important. How about give us a quick breakdown on how the traditional books versus the digital world, 50-50, just kind of give us some kind of snapshot as to the overall users and how it's working out, please. Either to you, Chief Librarian?
I can give an overall picture.
Please, that's what I want.
Physical materials are still there and very healthily used. Digital use skyrocketed through the pandemic, and then obviously took a hit with the cyber attack. So things are in flux, but the physical materials are still there, and they will be there for a long, long time, even DVDs, my beloved DVDs. But we are seeing that overall shift to digital as people become more familiar and trusting of the technology.
Just, if I could just briefly add, so if you can think about it, printed books, some people still love the printed book, and it's a great format, and it's going to continue to be a format. Where we're seeing more of the change, some people are shifting to ebooks, some people are shifting to e-audiobooks, but the difference is more in how people consume media. So say a lot of people stream their music when they used to come to the library and take out CDs, or a lot of people stream their movies and then and so they're not taking out DVDs. That is not a uniform story around the city. And I know we work a lot of people with limited income. In those areas, there's still a lot of DVD usage. Because what happens is, and I know when people are on fixed incomes, one of the things they're advised, you can't probably afford to, get Netflix and get Wi-Fi. Why don't you go to the library, take out any free DVD you want, use the library's Wi-Fi and computers, and people do that. And so they still have the access. And so our story has been, we're going through this massive transformation in terms of digital. We are going to, our strategy has been to try to grow the digital at least as fast as we lose physical. And for the most part, we accomplished that. We reached that goal in 2019, and we really started to see that this past year. The cyber really impacted some of the usage. But I think what you'll see is you'll continue to see us making sure we're adapting, but also not leaving people behind. And so just because I might not have watched DVDs anymore, other people still might want to do that. And so we need to support people where they are. And that's what we're going to continue to do.
Great, Chief Librarian. Thank you so much. That sounds like it's, Budget Chair Wilson, a nice balance that you're maintaining with the digital world. By the way, when the cyber attack happened last year, most of my younger and newer colleagues around this council table, they were in a state of paralysis, but I still had my hard copies. Anyways, I just want to say, Budget Chair Wilson, that Sherwood Branch, thank you, Chief Librarian, and Board Chair Nicholas. The refresh that happened, I think it was about a $700,000 overall refresh, computer lab refresh, study room build out, still one of the most popular branches in my humble opinion on the East Mountain, very well used. And just Budget Chair Wilson, appreciate so much the leadership, right from administration and right through the volunteer board. I've said it before and I'll say it for the 25th time since amalgamation. The best success story, in spite of all the resentment that occurred at amalgamation, the best success story across our city has been HPL, and I'll continue to support them. Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, on behalf of committee, thank you for your presentation and answering all our questions. And just a little note, I was in the local history and archives section on Sunday, and the service I received was outstanding. Thank you very much for all you do. Okay, we'll take a motion to receive this presentation, moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Show of hands, please. That's carried. We are on to the Hamilton Conservation Authority. The following parties will be presenting on behalf of HCA. Lisa Burnside, CAO, Scott Peck, the Deputy CAO and the Director of Watershed Management Services, and Scott Fleming, the Director of Finance and Central Support Services. Good morning. While you're setting up, I'll recognize Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. As Chair of the Hamilton Conservation Authority, I'd just like to provide some opening comments while they're setting up. And I promise I will be brief. I do want to thank the council members that sit around this table that do an enormous amount of work at the Hamilton Conservation Authority, Mike Spadafora, Alex Wilson, Craig Kassar, Matt Francis, Chair Maureen Wilson, and Councillor Jeff Beattie. And we have citizen members. Vice Chair Susan Fielding is here. Susan, wave, there we go. Thank you very much. She's fantastic to work with, and we have a great working relationship. I also want to thank our citizen members who volunteer. I'm not sure if they realized how much work it was going to be when they volunteered, but Lisa DeCesare, Wayne Terryberry, and Brian McCaddy, as well as Susan, who is from Puslinch. I can say without a doubt, this is an outstanding board of directors and organization. I've been on the board since 2007 as a member. This is the best board that I've ever worked with. They are absolutely amazing. They read everything that comes before them. They provide input and questions. We have excellent dialogue. We have a good working relationship with the province of Ontario. We have not always agreed with the province of Ontario, but we don't allow that to get in the way. We have to comply with the Conservation Authorities Act, and there has been so many changes. That has been a significant workload for our staff, and they did it. They may not have liked it, but they complied with the act. And so I do want to thank CAO Lisa, Scott Peck, and Scott Fleming, who's our finance, I call him a financial wizard. He puts all the books together and makes sure they comply with the new act. And it was a significant amount of work in the past year. So this board has been at it now for a year and 6 months. And I just want to tell you how proud I am of them and our staff. It's a wonderful organization. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. CAO Burnside, please.
Morning, and thank you, Chair and councillors, for the opportunity to present to you today the HCA's 2025 budget. As noted, I'm Lisa Burnside, the CAO, flanked by the two Scotts, one looking after finance and one is the Deputy CAO looking after watershed management services. And thank you, Chair Clark, for acknowledging the 7 board members we have today and our Vice Chair here in the audience. I'd also like to recognize past board members, Councillors Tom Jackson and Esther Pauls. Thank you for your past work on our board. We appreciate that. And we also appreciate the support of the city for providing a levy increase to support our work in the watershed. You're not just our major funder, you're also our major partner. Our levy increase this year is a 3% overall on our operating budget, about $143,000. And our budget aligns with our new strategic plan, which I'll touch on, and our board-approved priorities, and reflects continuation and maintenance of all of our programs and services. So I'm going to provide a little bit of information and background to get us started about conservation authorities and some of our work at HCA and the impact we're having, and then I'll hand things over to our Director of Finance to get you into those exciting budget figures. maybe. Let's try again. Yes, there we go. So just a little bit first about conservation authorities. Conservation authorities are unique to the province of Ontario. We're local watershed management agencies that promote an integrated watershed management approach. We're looking to balance human, environmental, and economic needs. 36 conservation authorities across the province. We encompass 402 municipalities, and we collectively manage 557 conservation areas. We are governed by the Conservation Authorities Act and
CEO
organized.
Burnside, if I could just, terribly sorry, interrupt you just for a moment. I know council members will want to see the slides, and Elsie Bates is a wizard at that part, so.
No pressure.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It changed on my screen, but not for you. There's just a map here of all the conservation authorities in Ontario. And as noted, we're organized on a watershed basis. A little tricky to kind of get that under your hat, but a watershed is an area of land that water flows across on its way to a particular stream, a lake, river, or ocean. So the watershed basis for conservation authorities does not follow municipal boundaries. And this is why the city has 4 conservation authorities within its municipal area. And that is the Grand River Conservation Authority, Conservation Halton, Niagara Peninsula, and of course the Hamilton CA. So the water courses in the HCA watershed, they flow either into Hamilton Harbor or into Lake Ontario, as noted on this slide, and the headwaters of the Spencer Creek are located in Puslinch. So in terms of our land holdings, we manage over 11,000 acres, and this includes 7 major conservation areas within the city of Hamilton, 1 within the township of Puslinch, and we have about another dozen smaller areas and trails. And these lands feature diverse ecosystems, and these include forests, wetlands, prairies, karst, Lake Ontario shoreline, and the Niagara Escarpment. And these lands are recognized locally, provincially, and in some cases internationally. We're always planning for and undertaking enhancements to our conservation areas following our master and management plans, along with our routine inspections that we undertake. And we have a lot to maintain to provide safe, sustainable public access to nature. Here's just a few little metrics for you. Little party facts. We have over 145 kilometers of trails, 2 kilometers of boardwalk, 170 buildings and structures, 89 bridges, 300 campsites and 8 cabins, 2 recreational lakes with dams, a marina, and we have a host of other items as well. We've got internal roadways, gates, fences, etc. Notably, in 2024, we undertook some signage, entranceway, and various trail and boardwalk and bridge projects. A lot of those things will continue into this year, and we're also looking forward to a replacement of the lookout tower at Valens Lake. The value of our lands are significant, and we welcome over 1 million visitors to our owned and managed areas every year. And our areas offer a diverse range of recreational activities such as hiking, cycling, picnicking, camping, bird watching, and nature appreciation. And as we just had the library up before us, we have 100 passes in the library system to help support access to our conservation areas. We run educational programs for school groups at camps. And our lands are unique pockets of local green space that help the city and watershed thrive and connect people to nature. They support ecological and community health, as well as climate adaptation. Our strategic plan is a key document that sets the overall aims of HCA, and a new plan was developed with this board to help guide our priorities over the next 5 years. The plan has 4 strategic areas that you can see here on the screen, and the board has approved some program reviews, as well as policy and plan development to start in year 1. And overall, these first-year priorities will involve some capacity building, investing in our most valuable asset, our people, to enhance talent retention, professional development, and succession planning with some upcoming retirements. It also includes adapting to change, to evolve in response to climate change, regulatory updates from the province, and emerging conservation needs. We're placing strong emphasis on connecting people to nature, to welcome visitors, and expand visitor management. This will help us build stronger relationships with our watershed communities and partners. And finally, we're building on our current IT modernization strategy to leverage technology for more efficient and effective operations. I'm always excited to talk about Salt Fleet, and we have Scott Peck here today, who's been our incredible lead on this project. And this is a key focal point for HCA as part of our commitment to better mitigate and adapt to the impacts of climate change. This project, we've acquired over 411 acres of land on the East Hamilton Mountain, and the second wetland is planned to be constructed this year, which we're very excited about. And this project will reduce the impacts of flooding and erosion in lower urban Stoney Creek to protect those properties and residents downstream, while also providing natural areas and trails for the public on the Niagara Escarpment. This project's been funded through self-generated revenue and key donors, including the Heritage Green Community Trust and the City of Hamilton. I had the pleasure of taking the mayor and the city manager on a tour of the area to see our progress last year. We had a great time out there. And I'm pleased to share a video of the project so you can all see how it's taking shape on the ground. And I just might need some tech support. Let's see if it's going to work here.
Well, you shan't get it from me, Elsie Bates.
In Stoney Creek, east of Hamilton, flooding and erosion issues have persisted for decades, damaging homes and businesses. While adding more stormwater sewers and other infrastructure could help, Hamilton Conservation Authority had a better idea. By using existing natural features, the Conservation Authority created a smart, natural solution to reduce flooding and erosion, address climate change, protect our environment, and improve the quality of life in a growing area of southern Ontario. It's all part of the Salt Fleet Conservation Area Wetland Restoration Project. Through the project, Hamilton Conservation Authority is creating 4 new wetlands and a new conservation area above the Niagara Escarpment. It's a beautiful, natural area where trees, plants, and wildlife thrive. There are also places to hike, bike, and enjoy nature. The wetlands protect homes and businesses from flooding and erosion, while the conservation area delivers new parkland, trails, and outdoor recreation opportunities. How do the new wetlands protect property and the environment? The Salt Fleet wetlands act as sponges when there is too much rain or melted snow. They can hold up to 236 Olympic-sized swimming pools worth of water. Now that's a lot of flooding and erosion protection. The wetlands then slowly release water flowing from the escarpment into the lower Stoney Creek and Battlefield Creek areas. It's a natural solution to a decades-old problem. And it's a smart, long-term investment that costs less than building traditional stormwater sewers and other infrastructure to control water flow. Through the Salt Fleet Conservation Area Wetland Restoration Project, the Hamilton Conservation Authority is creating a local gem that protects against flooding while delivering environmental, community, and health benefits to the Hamilton area. It's another example of how Ontario's conservation authorities are local leaders in addressing and adapting to climate change and making positive impacts on people and our environment.
I hope you enjoyed that. A picture's worth 1,000 words, so a video's got to be 1,000,000 words. Just wrapping up here, a little bit about our watershed management and restoration work that we'll be undertaking. We're going to be undertaking some natural hazard projects with floodplain mapping updates, and this is going to help inform our planning and permitting decision-making. We're also going to be carrying out a system review of our rain and stream flow gauge network to support flood forecasting and monitoring, as well as drought and low flow conditions. And we're working with our partners through the Biodiversity Action Plan and Natural Areas Inventory to identify, protect, and enhance the health of our natural areas. And this is going to involve ecological monitoring, habitat restoration, stewardship programs for the public, and also careful management of our HCA lands. And our work in this area will help build healthy natural spaces and strengthen our region's resilience to environmental changes and support the needs of our future generations. And every year, we undertake programs with private landowners. While we own a lot of land, there's also a lot of land under private ownership. So it's important that we work with them to help care for and enhance their properties. And we've collaborated with Conservation Halton for many years to undertake and recognize stewardship. And it was the 30th anniversary of the program last year in 2024. And I'm happy to share some of the amazing work that has been jointly accomplished on this milestone anniversary. Over the past 30 years, we've recognized 364 watershed stewards. 520 restoration projects have been completed. We've planted over 140,000 trees. We've enhanced hundreds of acres of land, 85 kilometers of improved riparian habitat, and 19 kilometers of improved in-stream habitat. At this point, I'm going to bring Scott Fleming up to the microphone to help go through our 2025 budget. Scott.
Thanks, Lisa, and good morning. So for 2025 budgeting, we're budgeting for, total spending of $21.8 million. This includes $17.7 million for operations and $4.1 million for capital activities. The operating budget contains a 3% increase, as mentioned previously, to the municipal levy, a modest use of reserves, some contributions from the province, and is balanced through the use of $1.57 million in self-generated revenues from our conservation areas. The capital budget, which includes major maintenance to HCA's infrastructure as well as new projects, will be achieved through the $2 million block funding program from the City of Hamilton and the use of $2.1 million worth of our HCA reserves. So on to some drivers and capacity building slide. The 2025 budget reflects a continuation of all programs and services and takes into account year one priorities of our new strategic plan, which Lisa touched on earlier. Our largest expense is staffing, of course, as a people-driven organization and providing programs and services. COLA, increases to minimum wage, and implementing the job evaluation results have all been factored into this budget. We are investing in our most valuable asset, our people, with some new positions, as well as converting some contract roles into full-time to enhance talent retention. So in terms of the levy increase, we mentioned 3%, and this is largely a result of our continued strong performance of our self-generated conservation area revenues. HCA has two municipal partners, City of Hamilton as well as the Township of Puslinch. Every year, the province provides conservation authorities with allocation percentages for levy apportionment. For 2025, those were 99.23% for Hamilton, with the remaining 0.77% for the Township of Puslinch. Our total municipal levy for 2025 is $5,052,396 to be precise, representing an increase of $143,000, with nearly $142,000 of that increase apportioned to the City of Hamilton. So here's a slide with the municipal levy distribution. The levy is distributed in three key areas, those being watershed management services to support our regulatory role, and watershed management and restoration. Central support services, which reflects overhead administration, insurance, IT, legal, audit, is the second piece. And finally, support for Westfield Heritage Village for its cultural heritage programming and operations. Operating revenues, as mentioned, total $17.7 million for next year. And as you can see in orange in this bar chart, a significant portion, 60% or nearly $10.7 million, is self-generated income from our operations. The bulk of the remaining revenues come from the municipal levy at $5.1 million. Rounding out the revenue here, our equipment intra-company at $1.4 million or 8%. And this is where we run our fleet and equipment garage, and we charge our individual divisions for the use and maintenance of the equipment. Lastly, we will be pulling some funding from reserves at $345,000, and there are some provincial funding at $285,000. Operating expenses. And as you would expect, it equals our revenues at $17.7 million, so we can arrive at our break-even budget. We're a people-driven organization, and thus our largest expense is staffing, representing 11.7 million or 66% of our total expenses, with another large piece coming from other expenses, which include overhead items such as IT, legal, audit, insurance, fleet costs, those types of things, and that totals 3.6 million or 21%. Rounding out the remainder of expenses are equipment intercompany at 5%, utilities at 5%, and materials and supplies at the remaining 3%. On to the capital budget. It's composed of two areas, the first being special projects and the second being major maintenance. As mentioned previously, the capital budget for 2025 amounts to 4.1 million, with 2 million coming from the City of Hamilton and the remaining 2.1 million coming from the use of HCA reserves this year. The capital budget will see improvements made in our conservation areas, main office, floodplain mapping updates, and the construction of the previously mentioned second wetland at Saltfleet Conservation Area. For 2025, 3.2 million of the capital funding will be spent on special projects, with the remaining 900,000 in funding supporting major maintenance. And just to highlight here, we do manage the Confederation Beach Park. However, it is owned by the City of Hamilton, and the only monetary benefit to HCA is the revenue received from the management fee, which we receive to manage the park. For this budget, we are assuming Wild Waterworks Water Park and Lakeland Pool are planned to open at their regular times and operating through the summer as usual. So for a budget summary provision slide, there's sufficient combined revenues to meet expenses, programs to maintain a healthy watershed and help protect residents and property from flooding, climate change initiatives and continued development steps for Saltfleet wetlands, and vibrant conservation areas that connect people to nature. So thank you, and on behalf of Lisa Burnside, Scott Peck, and myself, and all of HCA, we'd like to thank you for continued support, and we would be pleased to answer any questions you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. First up for a question, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I was remiss in my opening comments. I neglected to thank the Conservation Foundation. They play a huge role with the Hamilton Conservation Authority. I would dare to say that the Saltfleet Conservation Area might not have happened without the work of that organization, working to develop grants with different organizations, including the Heritage Green Community Trust, which I think is a wonderful organization. I just have one question, and that, Chair, would be to Scott Peck. If he would care to provide his observations in terms of how the Saltfleet wetland seems to be attracting a tremendous amount of wildlife, at least from my experience when I'm walking out there. It is ironic when I do take a hike with Scott out there, he seems to have it all set up. There's a heron that's going to pop out now, and there's a fox, and it's like he's got them all booked in advance. But seriously, Scott, if you could just tell us what's been happening in terms of how the wetland has attracted wildlife.
Certainly. It's really been quite a miraculous change since we acquired the property and before the wetland was constructed. The wetland was constructed in the summer of 2022. It had its official opening in September of that year, and at that point in time, it resembled more of a desert than it did a wetland, certainly. 2022 was a dry summer. But really, once you got into the fall, things started to happen. The vegetation started to take hold. The shrubs and the trees have started to kind of secure themselves in place. And I would say 2023 was certainly a major shift where you would start to see things, deer, wild turkey, a variety of waterfowl go into the wetlands now. Not to get into the details too much, but even birds like a sora, which is, I don't think is all that common of a bird. Our staff saw them in those locations. The vegetation is coming in place. So really, it's really been quite the transformation of getting that. Our ecologists are out there. They do photo monitoring to kind of track it over time. They also do amphibian counts, and they tell me that sometimes you can hear so many frogs that you really can't tell just what frogs are calling. And again, that's in the space of 2 years. So it really just kind of builds on to steal a movie phrase, if you build it, nature just needs a foothold. And when you give it that, it will come back nicely, and Salt Fleet's an excellent representation of that.
Thank you, and I do want to thank Scott for all his work, because these wetlands were his vision, and we worked through the process to have the vision become a reality. So thank you very much, Scott. And to the general public, if you want to take a hike at the Salt Fleet Trail, it's wide open now. I would suggest when you're hiking it, as all of our trails, try to stay to the trail and just try to be quiet. Bring your camera, telescopic lens. You will be amazed at the wildlife that will be there to greet you. It's just, as Scott said, it's been remarkable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Councillor Taddison, followed by Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Esther Pauls. Councillor Taddison.
Thank you for that, Councillor Clark. I think I'll advertise that in my newsletter for my Glenbrook residents who just live to the south of those areas. I don't sit on the HCA board, so I do have a few questions regarding revenue generation and beach closures due to water quality. Are beach closures affecting your bottom line?
Thank you for that question. So the Hamilton Conservation Authority, I can't remember the name of the program through Public Health, the Safe and Healthy Beaches program. Yeah, so they do come out and do water testing at Christie Lake, at Valens Lake, at Confederation Beach Park, and also the town of Grimsby Public Health at 50 Point. So we have had some impacts with the high E. coli. We still have people come out, though, to our areas. I think it's hard to say if it has really a material impact, because there's other things you can do at our conservation areas. You still can enjoy the beach area, even if it's posted. We have trails. We have other opportunities for nature appreciation. But certainly it is a concern, and it is something we're monitoring.
Yeah, so if you're monitoring that, you would have data then that you could show us that would indicate attendance when beaches are closed as compared to when beaches are open in the summer.
The current system that we have for our automatic gate system doesn't actually count people. So it's going to be a little bit more some estimation and, our staff on the ground taking a look at how busy things are.
Okay, thanks for that.
Yeah.
No more questions.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions about this year's budget and maybe how it's different. And I think there's talk about the long-term planning, looking farther ahead. What are some of the investments like Salt Fleet we want to make, understanding how just transformational this has been. How do we make sure this is a board that can do that again in 5 years somewhere else, and getting ready for that. Could you, though, speak to the impact of now the third year of user fees being frozen on the budget? So costs for, say, going to the marina or kind of getting in have now, I think 2025 is the third year they've been frozen by the province. What impact is that having on the budget that's presented?
So the province, specifically what the province has frozen now for a number of years is our planning and permitting fees. So we have not been able to put in place increases. We have been planning for some inflationary increases. So it hasn't impacted our conservation authority as much as perhaps other conservation authorities. We're all unique in terms of the volumes of our planning and permitting applications coming through. It hasn't had a large impact for us at HCA. Our other fees for our fee guides for our conservation areas, that has not been frozen. So we have been looking at where we can, making increases where it seems to make sense to make sure we're keeping up with averages with other conservation authorities, provincial parks, and other comparators. But long-term, that will impact, if this continues, some of our revenue generating.
No, thank you for that. And so if it's not covered from an increased fee, or when you're working with someone on their application, it comes from other services. And if there's not, you know, we're 60% revenue funded from people using there, and then 40% from the levy. So it's coming from a levy increase normally, unless there's a spike in use that year. As we're, I think, getting ready, one of the things that I really appreciate about this year's budget is also the kind of engagement with people in the year plan, the engagement with people and what the priorities should be, the engagement people there. One of the things I constantly am hearing from more rural landowners is partnership and kind of working with the Conservation Authority on shared problems. So maybe something like invasive species doesn't seem like an issue, but now suddenly it's impacting how much food that you're able to grow on your agricultural land. And now it's seen as a shared concern across organizations. Within the watershed services bundle for 2025, are you able to expand on some of the investment for working with landowners across the watershed? And what are ways people can partner outside of kind of the conservation areas? How is the Conservation Authority working in the watershed with residents?
Yeah, I may have Scott Peck come and expand on some details, but we do certainly work with landowners and other community groups in the watershed. Last year we updated our invasive species strategy, so we have a number of priorities there we're looking to tackle both on our lands and what we can do outside of that. We also have a stewardship program, and perhaps I'll have Scott Peck speak to that.
Yeah, as Lisa's identified, the stewardship program's been in place since 1994. We have a long history then of working with our landowners. The program really began in the Spencer Creek watershed, our upper watershed above the escarpment up into Puslinch, and we dealt with a lot of landowners over time in that regard. I think as it relates to this budget, what we're really trying to look at is to use our invasive species strategy to use a lot of the monitoring work that we have to kind of identify areas that are priority areas to go to. That's a work in progress. That's one of our first year priorities, is to come up with the comprehensive plan that we have to identify areas to look at and to also identify those restoration opportunities, I think is what we're looking for as well. I think what we're doing and working with the landowners, we received some funding from through the COA program, the Canada-Ontario Agreement, through the Hamilton Harbour Remedial Action Plan, to do some GIS work to actually identify areas on the landscape through that mapping exercise, so we can target those areas more. And once we have that complete, we'll be able to go out and speak to those rural landowners and urban landowners at the same time to kind of identify where we want to target and to build those relationships with our stakeholders.
Well, with 20 seconds left, I think the reservation demand, we had a doubling in use during the pandemic of folks using conservation areas. Demand management's a theme. There's been investments in the past. Kind of with my last 10 seconds, are there things to look forward, maybe not in 2025, but in future years, about investments in ongoing demand management, whether that's capital infrastructure investments like parking, whether it's reservation system tweaks, what's on the horizon?
Yeah, great question. So yes, certainly we saw an incredible increase in visitation through the pandemic, when getting outdoors was one of the few things you could do. And it really, I think, brought all conservation authorities, their conservation areas to the forefront. So we've seen visitation somewhat soften since then, but we are seeing sustained new, stronger levels, I think, now that that people have found us that maybe didn't know about us before. So we do continue to evolve. We did have to put in place a reservation system at our Spencer Gorge Conservation Area that has been working remarkably well to help with congestion in the area. We continue to make tweaks to that to make it more efficient and effective. Last year, we also started an advanced day use pass purchase. So you could purchase the pass online, so you can get through the gates exceptionally quickly if you didn't already have our annual membership pass. We are looking to enhance getting the word out on our annual membership pass. So people know the benefits and how cost-effective that can be, working with the Hamilton Public Library as well. And as we go forward into the future, we certainly are going to be looking at what advances in technology do we have with our gate systems to make them even more quicker and faster, and what data can they provide to us to help us better manage our areas. Certainly, we already know areas that have high usage, but we'd also like to make sure people know our areas that have greater capacity. Get out to Westfield to see those trails, perhaps not just the Dundas Valley.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, and this will be a quick question, but I just want to say how I miss being on the board. It was one of the most well-run meetings I've ever been in any board, so congratulations. I remember last time on the board, you took us on a bus tour, and it was at least 5-6 hours, the vast area that you cover, so thank you. My quick question is, you self-generated $1.57 million, congratulations. What initiative are you taking to get more of that?
Yeah, so we do have significant self-generated revenues as part of our budget that you saw that Scott Fleming had covered. Actually, I think it's over 10 million, but what we're using is that number you quoted there to help balance our budget. So really, it's that people love coming out to our areas. So our top 3 sources of revenue would be our day use, our camping, and our marina. So those are 3 big areas that we continue to monitor and make investments in those to make sure they're well run. And they're areas that people want to come out to, and we're really appreciative of the city, and we work within that capital block funding to make sure we keep undertaking enhancements, state of good repair. So we've got amazing facilities for the public to come out and enjoy nature.
Thank you for that, and thank you for coming.
Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson, and good to see you all, we CAO, Lisa Burnside. Chair Councillor Clark, I'm glad that this is the absolute best board that you have been on with the HCA. Anyways, through you, Budget Chair Wilson, thank you, Director Fleming and Deputy CAO Peck. Great work, love the leadership of our HCA. I think it's second to none. I love the collaboration you constantly do with city staff as well. A very reasonable 3% you're coming in with. 2 quick questions. What's the status of the East Mountain Trail Loop? I've been away from your board for about 3 years. It's been one of those that has overlap between Councillor Clark's Ward 9, my Ward 6, the Albion Falls area, the city's rail trail through Mohawk Sports Park. We're going to expand along Stone Church. Just wonder overall from the HCA standpoint, what's the status of the East Mountain Trail Loop? All completed, all done, or still more to do?
Excellent question, Councillor Jackson. To my knowledge, everything on our HCA-owned lands there through the karst and whatnot is completed. I think there just still might be a few connection pieces with the city of Hamilton. Yeah, I'd have to double check with city staff, but I think we're nearing completion because it's an amazing loop for the East Mountain. There's so much on the East Mountain, particularly with our Salt Fleet Conservation Area as well. There's lots of things to experience and enjoy.
Wonderful, Lisa. And secondly, even when I was on the board, this under $300,000 pitiful amount from the province, I mean, it seems to Budget Chair Wilson be in a stagnant level of funding. And I recall that Conservation Ontario, I thought all the conservation authorities locally, along with the umbrella Conservation Ontario, were going to continue to lobby the province to up their game and increase funding to local conservation authorities. Are they providing alternate funding in other areas that needs to at least be acknowledged? Or, Councillor Jackson, what you've indicated is unfortunately the stagnant level that just seems to be the same amount? And that's my last question, Budget Chair Wilson.
There's never been a return to the mid-1990s when the province was funding upwards of 50% of all Conservation Authority operations. It was more that 50-50 between municipalities and the province. That has not been returned. There's been a lot of efforts put towards that to see if some funding could be returned, but that is simply has not come to fruition. So it's very specific funding through certain avenues that support our watershed management services for dam and flood control and forecasting. Sometimes there's some special grants we can apply for here and there, but to answer your question, no, there has not been a return to that 50% funding, and that's why you see all conservation authorities working with their self-generated revenue through their foundations, through grants, through user fees in their conservation areas.
Thank you for sharing that reality, and you folks do it best with looking for alternative sources of revenue generation. Great leadership. Keep it up. Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson.
Thank you. There are no further questions. On behalf of this committee, thank you for being here today and for your presentation. Councillor Clark and Councillor Kazar will receive the presentation and we'll have a show of hands. Thank you. Thank you again. Next up, we have the Hamilton Police Services Board. This morning, we'll be joined by, I believe, a newly appointed board chair, Don Robertson, followed by, or in partnership with Chief Bergen. We're just getting the presentation set up and some staff into place, so hang tight, folks. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, Chair. I see some people have left. It will be the first room I've cleared. Good morning, members of council. As the chair of the Hamilton Police Service Board, as well as the chair of the Budget Committee, I thank you for the opportunity to introduce the Hamilton Police budget for the upcoming fiscal year. It is my privilege to provide an overview of the process that has brought us to this point, and to highlight the collaboration and diligent undertaking to ensure the budget reflects the needs of our community, our responsibility to manage public resources wisely, and to comply with the Community Safety and Policing Act. I would like to express my gratitude to Chief Bergen and senior command team for the exceptional thoroughness and professionalism in preparing this budget. Their leadership and commitment to developing a sound and fiscally responsible plan have been critical throughout this process. As a civilian body overlooking the Hamilton Police Service, the board takes its fiduciary responsibility seriously. The board's budget committee convened 4 times during the budget cycle to review and guide the development of the budget. These meetings provided opportunity for robust discussion and a detailed examination of both operation needs and financial constraints. Throughout the year, the board also received regular financial reports, which allow us to carefully monitor and ensure the public funds are being used effectively. This ongoing oversight ensures we remain accountable to the residents of Hamilton while supporting the operational readiness and sustainability of the Hamilton Police Service. At its public meeting on December the 14th,
The proposed budget was presented to the board for consideration. After review, the board approved the budget increase of 5.7%. Before I introduce Chief Bergen to present this year's budget, I want to emphasize this budget represents the results of a collaborative, transparent process that balances the diverse needs of our community with responsible stewardship. As chair of this board, I look forward to working with council and our community partners as we move forward in supporting a safer and healthier Hamilton for all. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to Chief Bergen.
Thank you very much, Chair Robertson, and good morning, Council, as well as Chief Budget Chair Wilson. Development of the 2025 operating and capital budget began internally in March of 2024. This included an environmental scan to identify any potential pressures, emerging best practices in policing, and opportunities for efficiencies. We further conducted an internal scan of existing resources. This included a line-by-line program review of submissions, historical spending patterns, cash flow requirements, pressures from workload demand, and consideration for strategies to provide more efficient service delivery. Hamilton Police Service complies with the city's budgetary requirements through the 10-year capital plan and multi-year budgeting forecasting. The public can access our line-by-line budget on our website. The Board Budget Committee met 4 times beginning in July. The budget was presented to the Hamilton Police Services Board on December 17 and approved at 5.7%. Hamilton Police also received the mayoral directive in time for the third Budget Committee meeting on October 29th. So this direction was incorporated into the budget deliberations. In alignment with the mayoral directive, HPS Senior Command performed comprehensive reviews of budget submissions that included nearly $12 million in savings that have been incorporated into our proposed budget. HPS is committed to continuously searching for innovative, timely, and fiscally responsible approaches to better provide service to the community and the efficient use of our resources. This budget represents what we need, not what we want. It is a commitment to maintaining our core services outlined in the CSPA, delivering on our strategic plan, and in reporting and responding to legislative and technology requirements. It includes the necessary approach and resources required to deliver adequate and effective policing pursuant to Section 37(1) of the Community Safety and Policing Act. As Chief of Police in this community, I am bound to provide adequate and effective policing, which includes maintaining the public peace, crime prevention, law enforcement, emergency response, a system to victims of crime, and any other prescribed policing functions. These core functions are embedded, material, and realized in the 2025 police budget. Our budget is also positioned to meet the goals outlined in the 2023-2026 strategic plan. These priorities are interwoven into everything we do. The strategic plan translates into 31 action plans and 44 specific projects that guide our work and reaffirm our ongoing commitments to policing excellence. Our budget has been developed to appropriately resource our service to reflect today's and tomorrow's realities of policing in the city of Hamilton. Quite simply, we need to be where the public needs us, manage the complex issues of a large city while working on engagement and partnerships to meet the many demands of a growing population. As a reminder, here is a snapshot of what our service in our community looks like today. The most common thing we hear at a town hall meeting is, "Why don't I see police?" Hamilton has 112,710 hectares of land, over 6,500 kilometers of roadway. Based on our collective agreement obligations, we are required to have a minimum frontline staffing complement of 51 officers every 12-hour shift. By division, That means that for every frontline officer, there is 20 kilometers of roadway for Division 1, 55 kilometers of roadway for Division 2, and 134 kilometers of roadway for Division 3. The city's public access point, the PSAP, is the gateway for all emergency and non-emergency calls into Hamilton. While the responsibility of the City of Hamilton, the PSAP is staffed by our members. They are the public's first touch point when requiring response from police, fire, and ambulance. Last year, the PSAP managed 458,437 calls. Since 2016, the call volume has increased by 21% and is heavily correlated with increases to population within the city. Every year, the volume of calls received by our call takers is growing by 2.3% annually. Simply put, our call takers are processing a call every 70 seconds. This translates to an average of 346 calls dispatched to our frontline officers every day. Our highest demand for service is in wards 2 and 3. These are calls for service where people are calling for our police response and support. Policing is complicated, and police interactions are generated, addressed, managed, and taken to conclusion throughout the deployment in order to deliver safe, adequate, timely, and effective policing. Many of our calls for service are complex and time-consuming. While some calls can be addressed at source, some require a report, while many calls can span a significant amount of time and can involve multiple units and expertise in service. As a service, we need to be available and agile to respond. Here's a brief look at calls generated over a 24-hour period on July 28, 2024. On this date, 1,144 events were written up. 315 911 calls were resolved at intake from our call takers. 196 events were transferred to a different agency. 138 events required us to assist ambulance and/or fire. 64 events were canceled, and 383 calls for service were dispatched and completed by our front line patrol. 48 calls were flagged as open and pending post-shift and left in the queue for the next shift rotation. For example, some 58 calls included partner and family violence, motor vehicle collisions, and person in crisis and resident checks. These type of calls, in particular, are labor-intensive and take considerable time. There were 27 partner and family violence calls. These took an average of 4.54 hours per event and involved 31 officers. There were 5 motor vehicle collisions with an average of 5 hours per call and involved 5 officers. There were 11 persons in crisis calls, where an average of 3.5 hours per call and 14 involved officers. Finally, there were 15 residential checks with an average of 2.5 hours per call, with 20 officers involved. On this date, the conveyor belt of the 383 events were unpredictable, and the amount of effort and impact was varied and did change per call designation. As a service, we must always be ready to respond to any eventuality. We know that the community's demand for police response far exceeds the number of officers available for dispatch. We continue to strive to be where we need to be while managing the diversity and complexity of the demand. While moving forward, we are committed to building a sustainable policing model that can address increasing pressures driven by complexity and population growth to better fulfill our ability to meet the emerging community demands. We are, in many instances, treading water in a reactive versus proactive policing model. It is fair to say that Hamilton has significant crime rates when compared to our peers. Hamilton sits at 5th in the CSI when compared to the Big 12 services. Our service also closely monitors the Violent Crime Severity Index, which weighs violent person-to-person crimes by severity. In violent crimes, Hamilton sits 4th when looking at the average over the past 5 years. It is interesting to note that despite having the 4th highest in violent crime amongst the Big 12, we sit at the 4th lowest in cost per resident in investment in policing. These are the realities facing our city every day and the complexities of the crime we manage, investigate, and resolve. Hate crimes are up by 5%, but in 2022, 23, and 24, respectively, they're the highest number of occurrences than any over the last 14 years. Auto theft has increased by 12%, which is well below our comparators. Assaults are up by 4%. Homicides remain stable, and robberies have decreased slightly. And as often highlighted, firearm offenses have increased by an incredible 38% over 2023. We have investigated and laid the highest number of charges year to date over the past 10 years. Hamilton has seen a rise in shootings with 60 in 2024. We responded by creating the Shooting Response Team to focus on non-fatal shootings. Since its inception, the SRT has arrested 36 violent individuals and laid 235 charges. Concentrated efforts have allowed the SRT to understand underlying causes of gun violence, identify trends, and make cases connections, and spawn the successful Project Churchill, where 25 persons were arrested and 177 charges laid. After this significant project, it is important to note the cause and effect related to crime. By arresting major players of a downtown gang in November, there were no shootings in Hamilton in the month of December. Through a number of investigative techniques, we also know that the increased police presence in the downtown core was a deterrent to crime, since there was a renewed perception that Hamilton was no longer a free haven to conduct criminal activity nor tolerate reckless gunplay. The collateral of unhoused individuals has increased the demand on police resources. The increase in attending parks with paramedics has risen by 76% since the beginning of the pandemic. This trend is increasing and 34% higher than the 5-year average. Hamilton Police also assisting our fire partners in attending calls for service. The trend of these calls is stark and exceeding our response with paramedics. Comparing 2022 to 2024 year to date, there has been a 304% increase in encampment fires and sits at 36% higher than this time last year. Social disorder with and around parks, trespassing, mischief, disturbances, liquor, and suspicious persons has increased by 17% since the beginning of the pandemic and is continuing to rise at 21% above 2023 and 30% above the 5-year trend. Social disorder has consistently represented 1/3 of publicly generated calls for service. Encampment pressure includes an increase in both the volume of property crime and severity of property crime. Since 2022, the volume of property crime has increased by 81% and the severity has increased by 73%. We heard loud and clear from our downtown residents and businesses that safety in the downtown core was important, and it's where they want us to be. In 2024, Core Patrol arrested 139 individuals and laid 241 charges. An HPS business survey in the downtown core revealed the 5 key themes. They wanted an increased police presence and further highlighted social disorder, physical disorder, crime, and harassment. In September 2024, we launched a pilot to increase Core Patrol from 2 officers to 6 officers to better support downtown residents and businesses. Necessary, but at an additional cost of $150,000. One such initiative that addressed social disorder, crime, and drugs after multiple community neighborhood complaints in and around King and East Avenue resulted in Project Open Air, where 57 persons were arrested and 103 charges laid. Prioritizing community safety and well-being by collaborating with partner agencies through RIST has been incredibly successful. This coordinated partnership represents the combined effort to bridge the demand gap for community response, as has, in this realm, shifted us from default service provider to risk intervention and prevention practitioners. Last week, we saw this vision become a reality. St. Joseph Healthcare Hamilton, Hamilton Police Service, and the Hamilton Paramedic Services opened up Zachary's Legacy. This new downtown center for mental health, outreach, and social support is named in honor of the boy whose tragic death prompted the creation of one of Canada's first partnerships between mental health workers and police. We know it as COAST. These investments demonstrate our services' ability to rethink the way we support our community demand and fulfill the spirit of crime prevention through social development. On top of our partnership approach, I would like to highlight the incredible work of our team to move from strictly reactive to a proactive opportunity-based service by finding workload efficiencies to offset community demand. This ties back to the mayoral directive to find efficiencies within our organization. Workload demand and pressure is increasing within our city, but we are always revisiting our quality of service commitments and our ability to deliver timely responses to our community to keep pace with the changing demand. Within our service, we are harnessing innovative ideas from our membership to create unique and effective alternative delivery systems and procedures. This year, we have saved the equivalent of 20,906 officer hours, or the equivalent of 14.4 full-time officers, by providing alternative ways to report to police, such as our online reporting, alternate response, and our relationships with the LCBO and the gas consumer companies. This means our members are better able and agile to meet community demand and deliver timely, quality customer service. We thank our community for appreciating and availing alternative ways to report to our service. The incredible 590% increase in online reporting and using technology can take the pressure off our frontline officers, since it provides an alternative to an officer responding in person. Now let's talk specifically what our 2025 budget proposal is and how did we get here. Ultimately, our proposed budget speaks to the main cost drivers of the 2025 budget, which are sustaining core services, legislative requirements, WSIB pressures and equipment, technology requirements. Due to the nature of policing, employee-related costs represent 90% of all operating expenditures for the HPS. This budget also reflects legislative requirements from the new Community Safety and Policing Act, including active attacker body armor and the realization of the required CRTC Next Generation 911 experience. The growing pressures of WSIB and investments in technology, including the modernization of systems, cybersecurity, ransomware, and as well, this year we will be introducing body-worn cameras to our community. As mentioned, the budget development process began in March 2024. Throughout the budget process, Senior Command and the Budget Committee considered alternative options to the 2025 operating and capital budget. Specific to the mayoral directive issued on October 28th, a number of options were prepared and considered. Option 1 reflects the initial budget submissions from staff based on needs and wants across the organization. After factoring in the budget pressures and strategic investments, the initial outlook for the 2025 operating and capital budget was an increase of $27.4 million, or 12.8%. Option 2 reflects the decisions made by Senior Command to find efficiencies within the budget and further identified capital project deferrals within the 10-year capital plan. Subsequently, we reduced the budget pressure to 8.76% or $18.8 million. Going into the third budget committee meeting, we received the mayoral directive, which was aligned with and confirmed our services command review was prudent, timely, and compliant. In accordance with the council-approved cost allocation policy, Senior Command approached the board budget subcommittee, and in consultation with our amazing city partners, we approved a $5 million chargeback to the city for the management and operation of the primary public safety answering point, the PSAP, for emergency 911 calls under the Public Emergency Reporting Service Agreement between the city and Bell Canada. Recognizing the challenges facing this community and our services commitment towards sustainable financial planning and effective use of our resources, Senior Command was able to reduce the budget pressure by $11.6 million or $12.2 million and a 5% 2025 budget ask. This included using nearly $1.5 million in reserves to offset the burden on the taxpayer. Option 3, Hamilton Police are recommending a 5.7% 2025 increase or a total net budget of $227 million. As a recap, the board approved a budget that is committed to maintaining our core services, contributes to our strategic plan, responds to officer safety and technology requirements to meet the CSPA, which includes both capital and operating pressures. This 5.7% increase includes the necessary resources to support adequate and effective policing pursuant to Section 37(1) of the Community Safety and Policing Act. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Just as we acknowledged and congratulated Mr. Robertson for his appointment, I would also like to acknowledge and congratulate our colleague, Councillor Pauls, as the Vice Chair of the Board. So you're up first.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for coming. I just wanted my colleagues to know that at the 4 meetings that I attended, I'm part of the Budget Committee, all of us, all the committee voted for the budget. We went line by line, and we all were in unison voting for the budget. I want to thank the Chief for bringing up the Zachary legacy. I think how important that is. But in the same week, we had some bad news in a sense that 19 charges were dropped by the federal crown. All the work that you put in Churchill Project, Project Open Air, and all the drug trafficking on King Street, sold to the most vulnerable people. All the work, those charges, 19 were dropped. There's something wrong here. We need help from higher government. So I just want to thank you for that leadership that you're taking. I'm going to only ask 2 questions, and I want my colleagues to, because I've seen the presentation so many times, and so I would like you to ask the question. But one question I want to ask, in the light of, we're going to put some motions, and one of the motions is Councillor Danko's motion on February 7th about the financial relief that the province has, $77 million for smaller and township. Can you explain how we could apply for that, or is it for other services? And also, what grants do we get from the province?
Thank you very much, Councillor Pauls, and through Budget Chair Wilson. The announcement that the AMO had requested that the Ontario Provincial Police, specifically the province, augment pressures to municipalities in the tune of $77 million. We were fully aware of that. I could tell you that within the Association Chiefs of Police, we were carefully monitoring that and understanding the impact. I think the spirit of the ask from the city is fair, but I also think there's some context to that. The contracts that are currently set out with municipalities throughout the province involve about 300 detachments and deployments within the Ontario Provincial Police. So that specific dollar amount was to offset the pressures of those who have a contract to provide OPP response within that municipality. And even specifically, more of a challenge has been, and we have felt it as well in policing within the province, has been the outcome of collective agreement or bargaining. And in that, where that $77 million was triggered, and that asked from municipalities in the contract, is in fact the trend has been up to a 5% increase to our members' benefits. And in that 5% increase, what we've seen is that impact out of those 300 municipalities who have availed themselves of OPP response is they wanted relief in that area. I understand also that the spirit of the motion does speak to the service with our board, working with our amazing city team in order to look at other options. We do well from our comparators with respect to grant supplements from our province. You did ask that question, if you could bear with me for one moment. In 2024, the grants we have seen directly from the province totals $9,980,000. And in that is one thing, and you made reference to it, is our community safety and policing grant. Our community safety and policing grant, it can best be understood is this is what we're doing in crisis intervention, and our ability to provide our mobile crisis response team, our social navigator team, our coast teams, and those partnerships. And the other thing that I would like to thank, and just if you don't mind for a moment, I'd like to thank our command team, because it was in 2021 that we had approached the province and we took a portion of our grant funding, which is in total of $2,545,000. Out of that, we took $1.6 million so that we could augment our community partners to work in partnership with us. And that has been the realization. We're 12 community partners where we're offsetting the money through that grant. We're in the third year cycle of that. That has allowed them to bring a member to the table. It brings a member from the John Howard Society, the Hamilton Regional Indian Center. It brings an opportunity for someone to lean in from CMHA to assist us in doing our job. Those dollars are very important, so we continue to seek support from our province. Other monies that we receive from our province is the court, security, and prisoner transportation. Under the Ministry of the Attorney General, we are required to provide court services, and we get $4.8 million that we have to spend and use that in order to make sure that our courts can run. Our bail safety program. So after someone getting bail out of Project Churchill or getting bail out of Open Air, we have the ability to find out how they're doing and where they are in our community. $200,000. Provincial firearms program, $320,000. The repeat offender parole enforcement, that's our rope squad, which deals within the province. We've got about $320,000. We have to have supplement money that offsets our Ontario Police College. We deal with protecting children and sexual abuse. We have human trafficking, reduced impaired driving grant dollars, etc. But the other problem of grant funding is also that it has to usually offset our deployment, and the grant funding is a supplement so that we can provide a member generally to participate in that provincial program.
Thank you for that, and I wanted you to be here to explain it more efficiently. I just have one more, actually. Under the workload efficiencies, under the new Community Safety and Police Act, especially for special constable, how much money really we've saved by having this police act changed? Can you explain? The special constable?
Thank you, Councillor Pauls, and through Budget Chair Wilson. So we've not really realized a savings to date. And from a dollar figure, I'm not going to stand up here and mislead council. But I can tell you what we have availed ourselves is the expanded interpretation of the use of special constables. So there is a pay differential between a frontline service provider, a cop, and a special constable. Cops traditionally have been utilized for the court services, for prisoner transportation, and we've used them for other various things. We've expanded their role, and by expanding their role, we can offset sending a patrol officer. I mentioned earlier in our slides that we're meeting 73% of our call demand, and therefore what we need to be doing every day is sending the right resource to the right problem. In this particular case, by expanding the role of the special constable. By one example is going into COVID, the Hamilton Police Service led the province in in-person video remand. We had already put in place a system where we had looked at why do we move someone from the detention center to the station, from the station to Sopenka, from Sopenka to the station to the detention center. So we implemented technology and we did video remands. We had not anticipated the pandemic. We had not anticipated closures of courts, which then shifted, and we're very quick to shift to video remands. We were already ahead of that. So what we've been able to do is look at our deployment within courts and prisoner transport and being able to expand it. I would like to thank our board, who mid-year in 2024 recognized that by expanding those 16 net new special constables, we now can deploy them out on the road on a wagon in order to deal with prisoner transports, but more importantly now property pickup, be able to move prisoners along. We've also expanded in our partnerships with St. Joseph Hospital, and we'll be realizing that savings certainly this calendar year, is we're now giving them the added responsibility of custodial care. When we make an apprehension under the Mental Health Act, we then have 2 police officers having to transport and wait in the queue during triage at St. Joe's. Now we have the ability is once we've met the standard of apprehension, forthwith turn over to a facility, we now can bring in our special constables to be there for that custodial care. So I'm very much looking forward to report back to our board as how that decision will make a difference in 2025 and beyond. In addition, we've also had some challenges with disclosure, where right now the province has changed our Jordan expectations from an 18-month disclosure to a 15th-month disclosure. We've added then now disclosure clerks and DEMS clerks, bringing clerks in, jobs that had previously done by police officers, as well as we have the ability now in the expanded role of our body-worn camera. In 2025, we're asking for 5 additional DEMS clerks in order to manage that to tsunami, they call, of intake of video and evidence, et cetera, that has to go to court.
Thank you for that. I will leave my colleagues to ask questions because I have a few more, but I could get the answer another time. But I just want to thank you for your leadership, and I want to thank Deputy Chief Ryan Odiadi and Deputy Chief Paul Hamilton for your leadership as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McMeekin.
Yes, thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, I want to build on the good councillor's comments, praising the chief for his and his team for his leadership, to my good friend Don Robertson for his elevation to chair the board, and of course the board itself for what I see as an amazingly and very fulsome report outlining the pressures that are being felt, obviously with growth and some of the tensions around that. Chief, just on a personal note, I want to give you thanks for your ongoing conversation about the needs in Ward 15 in the rural community. Your sharing information about the relationship between fire and EMS makes me really proud to know that we're developing a police, fire, and EMS compound in the not too distant future, and I think that augurs well. I have a couple of concerns and questions which I'll move to. First, I want to preface it by saying I want to acknowledge and give thanks for the partnerships that you've developed to better respond to unique social and other circumstances, particularly around gun violence and domestic abuse, and of course the encampments. That's really good to know that I think you had said we need to have the right kind of service to solve the right particular problems, and obviously you're making great progress on that. But with that comes a lot of stress and some difficulties. And my one question for you, Chief, is something that I'm very, very concerned about, and that's the welfare of both your sworn officers and civilian staff. I've heard through various communications and of course the grapevine, I try to talk to as many officers as I can from time to time, that a large number of our officers and civilian folk are on post-traumatic stress leave and struggling, and that may, I'm told, be having an impact on the training of officers, particularly new officers. I wonder if you could comment on that and how the number of officers sworn and civilian as a percentage compares to what's going on in other communities. Are we out of sync with that, or are we just simply doing what we need to do and should properly do? That's my question to the chief. And thank you, Chief, for your very fulsome, and Don and your board for your very fulsome presentation.
Thank you very much, Councillor McMeekin, and through Budget Chair Wilson. Absolutely, something that is a concern and something that our service is very much leaning into is member wellness and understanding the impact. In 2016, the legislation was brought in, a presumptive PTSD from an organization within that first calendar year. Our numbers in 2016 grew up to 28 members who were deemed to be off for PTSD. Those numbers have steadily grown. From a comparison standpoint, we have a few things that we have been able to do. With respect to the numbers and the absences on PTSD, they fluctuate, but in the sworn component, in some cases, they're representing about 10% of our sworn membership. That, in fact, is below the provincial average, where and many of them are 10 to 14%. I do know some regions, unfortunately, do some tragic circumstances. There's one municipality within our province that's at 23% of the members that are off on PTSD, and that's so difficult to manage. Without the support of our board, which has been incredible for us to understand and realize benefits out of the interpretation of the collective agreement, we've been able to start looking at backfill and being able to hire to offset that pressures that now are at numbers. Our current vacancy rate for the HPS is 5.9% and represents 75 vacancies. If I drill it down that further, as you've asked, Councillor McMeekin, it is at 6.2% in sworn vacancies and 4.9% in civilian vacancies. Often we think of that frontline officer's impact to a tragedy, impact to receiving a call on a Sunday morning after having Sunday morning training about a tragic fire where we've lost a 22-month, 3-year-old and an older gentleman who was there to help. And being that first responder, standing with our fire department and our paramedics, there are impacts. And those impacts of presumptive PTSD and real PTSD, that speaks to the challenges and the commitment of an organization. In 2024, we realized what has been probably the most successful investment that we've had to date with respect to member wellness is properly supporting a reintegration team. A reintegration team that has 2 sergeants and a constable that works so closely with our return to work and our occupational health team, along with our association, to make sure that our members are getting that early intervention those supports along the way, but more importantly, those opportunities to be reintegrated, retrained, re-educated, and supported in their journey in providing safety to our community. So I thank you, Councillor McMeekin, but I can tell you that these concerns and these troubling calls that our members are going to them, we are lucky that we have a community that supports them, a family of support within our service, but more importantly, we have some dedicated members within reintegration, OC Health, return to work. And the last thing I'll say is that we have very honest and candid conversations with our recruits, again, whether they're brought in through our special constable branch, our cadet branch, our recruits that we're swearing in every day and every month into the organization, both sworn and civilian. And we have those conversations that speak to resilience. We have those conversations. If you need help, ask for help. We ask our members, if you're having a great day, share it. And if you're recognizing in the eyes of a fellow member that they're not, reach out to them, give them that support. Thank you, Councillor McMeekin, for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And I really appreciate the fulsomeness again of that answer. I and all members of the Horseshoe wish you and the force obviously the least of the worst and the best of the rest in 2025. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just a gentle reminder to my colleagues, we're here for questions. Councillor Spadafora.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, thanks for the presentation. Question around the one slide around homelessness, the encampment engagement team. I see all the percentages there, the ambulance, the fire. You also talked about an increase to calls for service. Do you have a number of, and maybe I missed it in your presentation, the increase in calls for service, the percentage that would go towards an encampment response call? Through you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Spadafora, and through the Budget Chair Wilson. I have not drilled down, and I felt it also very disingenuous to just specifically correlate challenges to encampments. However, there has been absolutely a very real residual impact on property and severity of what considered people's quality of life issues with respect to social disorder. I've shared with you and I've shared in my conversations, and I appreciate it when councils avail themselves of sitting down with our unit commanders, our crime managers, and our conversations we have. It allows us to not only reflect on 2024, but in this particular case, that collateral of unhoused individuals, respectfully, has impacted us. I had mentioned about the 304% increase in attending with the fire department and what we're seeing in the campfires. It's the 34% over the 5-year average. I've got that. But more specifically, we've seen that over 1/3 of our calls for service deal with social disorder. So I appreciate what you're asking, but social disorder and the impact and the transient nature of movement within our city, I think it would be disingenuous for me to say solely that it's to do with encampments. The city, and if I could take a moment, I would say thank you to the city for their attention over 18 months of understanding the impacts of the protocol. Thank you for the tenacity of understanding it, but also I would like to thank the 13-2 vote that I sat in the GIC that also recognizes that we have to shout out and thank Michelle Baird, Grace Mader, and all the team, Angie Burden, who have done so much incredible work to look at, have the interpretations of the Waterloo decision, which spoke to low barrier needs. I can tell you that as we're watching Bart and Tiffany and that growth of that pilot project, et cetera, and the importance is the 704 approximate growth to the 80% of attention to finding shelter space is something that we really are proud to be partners with the city. We're proud to be standing with you to be able to make sure, again, that those in most needs, those marginalized community members will have an opportunity for an off-ramp, an ability to get outside of some of the horrible conditions that they're being put in.
Thank you, Chief, for that. And I appreciate the response, because what I was looking for as we talk about you know, the city of Hamilton's investment in homelessness and housing. And, you know, a lot of times people will say, well, you know, the encampment portion is small. But if we think about, we may not be able to put a dollar value on the calls for service, but we can definitely put a cost on what that means for community policing, what that means for residents when they're calling saying, Counselor, we don't see police officers in our neighborhoods anymore. We have a lot of speeders, dangerous driving around our schools. And it's hard for us to put a cost on it, but there's definitely effects on the service to be able to provide that community policing in our neighborhoods, around our schools, proactive policing due to the increase in calls. Does that make sense through you, Chair?
Councillor Spatafor, and through the budget chair, Wilson, absolutely. It has absolutely impacted the way we have the proactive time we have in our calendar. We are looking at the spike in certain regions, and again, to be fair, the residual effect it has on neighborhoods for us to be agile, to be able to respond. That's why if we have that ability to find a suitable place to put somebody, I'm comfortable to say, and I'll repeat it going into this calendar year, we had said all along in this encampment protocol partnership is that we can't arrest our way out of this. Some other challenges, and Councillor Pauls, I perhaps hadn't touched it, but I think it's important to add it to this conversation at this moment. The other impacts that we've had in the lack of support from our federal prosecutors with respect to simple possession of narcotics. Perhaps it had been a trend to decriminalize simple possession, but now we have learned going into this calendar year that it's impacted the possession for the purpose of trafficking. Learning in early January that 19 charges, and this is just the first of the 844 charges we laid in 2024. I'm concerned. I'm concerned because when we look at simple possession right now on our own, we have started a partnership with St. Joe's because we, in the absence of that support, have found an opportunity to give them a chance for addiction counseling. And that's important. When the public says, why don't I see police? And then we ask that question, someone has lightened up a pipe on that corner. And we have 73% of the demand that we're getting to. That ability to get out of our car, that ability to intervene, that ability to give a hand out, not a hand up always, but it's a hand out of supports, etc., is so key. When we reported in open air drug market, when we reported in that conclusion of King Street and East Avenue, that particular dealer who lived in Ancaster in a $2.5 million home and drove down in an Acura into our corridor, the corridor that is seeing the 400 to 500 people availing themselves of the incredible St. Patrick's outreach and getting a bite of food, something to give them something for the day. That same marginalized criminal is criminalizing the marginalized in that. They are selling the narcotics and chunking off the $5 or the $7 pieces to those people. In that arrest, that particular individual had $59,000 of cash. $12,000 were coin. $12,000 were coin. For a moment, that is that incredible city person going to and from, access and egress to work or whatever, rolling down their window and giving a toonie, giving a loony, giving them something for their pocket change. And to see that turned into an addiction, et cetera, without that support, but more importantly now, as a city of Hamilton, to understand the impact if the province and now the federal government hasn't thought that the city is struggling. We are struggling. If you're not aware, our opioid and related deaths with opioid, and you've seen them, we're averaging 150 per calendar year. In 2023, it was at 45%. 2024, it was at 41%, above the provincial average of people dying from opioid addictions and on the streets. So I'm appealing to everybody to understand the impact that if our hands are tied, we don't have the ability to make sure that those most in need get our support.
And I appreciate you expanding on that, Chief. I think it's good for everyone here and in the public to know that there's not a lot we can do here as City of Hamilton residents when we have, federal laws and provincial laws that either provincial's not helping or federal laws that allow criminals to continue to come back on our streets and continue to harm people right in this very community. We don't have to look anywhere else but right here. And that's disappointing, but I guess there's election coming up. Last thing for me, through you, Chair, the PTSD part, Chief, I'm glad Councillor McMeekin asked that. I know when I've been inside the station to do a ride along or just come to parade and speak to some of the officers, you know, the morale it's hard to keep that morale up as well. So my question to you, is there anything, and I'll talk for myself, but anything we as a council or a councillor, being myself, can do to ensure we're keeping the morale of the police service where it needs to be? Because I can tell you the vast majority of Ward 14 resident communication I get, they support you loud and clear. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to address that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Spatafor, and through Budget Chair Wilson. I'm just going to thank the council. I can tell you, and I'm just going to repeat, when a councillor spends that hour, an hour and 10 minutes with our commanders, with Deputy Hamilton, Deputy Diodati, Jackie Penman and I, and have those conversations to be able to reflect and understand that relationship. Our members understand and recognize that, in fact, that if a councillor is asking for a intersection to be looked at because people aren't paying attention to a stop sign, if there's trouble within an area, I'm not singling out a particular area, but right now we are going to absolutely have a focused response to has been a troubling trend up in the mountain along Lime Ridge and with respect to the McDonald's, et cetera. The 14, 15, 16-year-olds who seem to really have an endless supply of bear spray and 20, 30, 40 of them show up. Sad to say that whether it's and again, I don't get paid for saying it, but it's a moose knuckle jacket or a pair of good Nike shoes and they want them, they beat the kid up for it, and that type of trend. I can tell you that Cheryl Robertson-Petrozzini, the director of the public board, and I speak often, and right now, as we're aware, we're not within the public school system, and that's fine. That's understood about an impact of trustees and decisions they make, but we need to be reconnected with our youth. We need to have an opportunity to have conversations, and at any time through a town hall or any time that you're having a meeting with your community, I can tell you that I know from this side of the table, Councillor Beattie has invited me to a youth committee and a group. I can't wait to go. I can't wait to have that opportunity to speak to our youth, to have a conversation. What do they like about us? What do they don't like about us? What can we do better? And again, when you tell us what we can do better, I can tell you there's a team here in the front row and there's 1,300 of us behind. If you tell us what we need to do, we will do a course correction. We don't get everything right. When we have a bad decision in court and we've misinterpreted the charter or not upheld the charter, then we are committed to re-education, retraining, and refocusing. So having a conversation, standing side by side, criticism is great, but allow us to hear the criticism. Tell us what the criticism is so we can do better.
And Mr. Chair, I know my time's up, but kudos to you and your team. Started at 12 point something percent, down to 5.7. That's incredible work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson and Chief. Excellent presentation. And I just want to give my kudos to your two outstanding Deputy Chiefs, Diodati and Hamilton. And up at Division 3, I work closely with new Superintendent Sean Blay, Inspector Sabrina Fazer, and I truly miss Superintendent Paul Evans, but we'll leave that for another time. And congratulations, Chair Don Robertson. That's wonderful, your appointment and becoming the chair of the Police Services Board as well. Chair Wilson, I suspect I may have to go on a second time, just preparing you in advance because I've got 7 questions. Because I'm not on the police board for public consumption, my community is listening in, they'll want to know. Chief, I want to pick up on the theme from Councillors Pauls and Spatafora about the 19 cases that were recently stayed. Sad state of affairs. Is the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police, are you folks not mobilizing and trying to get across to senior levels of government problems with the system, the criminal justice system, and that all the great work you've done with the major drug bust last year, I think you did 4 or 5 major ones to clean up the crime and the criminals and that horrible element in our city to make it safer. Is there no lobbying effort from a collaborative group? Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Councillor Jackson, thank you very much for that question, and through the Budget Chair Wilson. Absolutely, and I can tell you that it was midweek last week that I received the information when Superintendent Marty Schulenberg from our investigative services come in. I was with the 2 deputies, and at that time, when I was advised that we had just received information that pursuant to a decision of what had been deemed a budget cap, a billing cap, actually, more specifically, just by way of some context, we do not have a full-time federal prosecutor assigned to Hamilton. We share the prosecution services on a contract with Halton and Cayuga. Cayuga is being managed by the Ontario Provincial Police. My first call was out to my partners, to Chief Steve Tanner at Halton, as well as through the OPP, having an opportunity to speak to Staff Superintendent Mike McDonnell. Absolutely, to just understand trends, and then further from that, I have written to the Ontario Association Chiefs of Police, which I am a partner in. We are absolutely mobilized and absolutely concerned. We have watched and been impacted at a provincial level on the growing challenges of disclosure within our court systems and those difficulties. To give you some perspectives, we're learning and we're following trends that, in fact, that 50% of all the charges that we lay are actually either dismissed before they even meet a court docket. That's with respect to the actual Ministry of the Attorney General, provincial. But to learn now that a decision that impacts the city of Hamilton was made because of a billing cap. There are many things that have to happen in a case. You have to understand the veracity of the case, the complexity of the case, the reasonable probable grounds of a conviction. What is the public interest? But if you can discount those criteria and the criteria that we've worked closely within those guardrails within the prosecution interpretation, and then add in the 11th hour a billing cap to be able to dismiss that, we're now 115 grams of fentanyl, or just we're not going to proceed with that. We're not going to do it. It is extremely, extremely troubling and a concern. I've been very vocal. I'll continue to be very vocal. As you were a previous member of our board, I will make sure, and I already have made sure our board at last Friday's meeting was aware of it. I thank the chair of our board who spoke up. I thank Member Pauls who spoke up, and our mayor who spoke up on behalf of our city. Will continue to advocate for increased prosecution services within our community.
Excellent.
It's what we expect.
Excellent, Chief. It's on your radar, and you're doing that in a collaboration with your umbrella organization. Excellent. Back to the drug bust. I think it was about 4 or 5. I think I sent congratulations, kudos, copying my colleagues to every major one I heard last year, and with the gangs arrests as well. Give us an overall state of affairs, Chief, for the everyday taxpayer listening in right now. Did you make a dent? Is our community safer? Your frontline officers, detective work, did outstanding work. I counted about 4 or 5 major drug busts last year. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, for just a little state of affairs, and hopefully we've made some good dents. Chief?
Councillor Jackson, thank you very much, and thank you for Budget Chair Wilson through you. I'm only as good as the moment I stand in front of you, and I have to always be alert that every 24 hours of the day I can be told of some other emerging challenges. I can tell you some cause and effect, and I can tell you that working with Michelle Baird and their team in the city is every month they're reporting opioid deaths, and they're reporting what have been trends about drug use on the city. Coming in into 2024, Project Odeon was completed. And I can tell you there was a specific note on that they did not understand why, in fact, there had been a disproportionate drop in the amount of opioid deaths within that next quarter. And that can tell you I would draw a cause and effect to that investigation and to that impact. I can tell you that these are always involved and interwoven into our gunplay in our community. As I reported, coming out of Project Churchill and being able to dismantle the Hot Mally Squad and the downtown core.
Excellent.
That impacted the fact, and I'm knocking on wood, is that we had 0 shootings in December of 2024 after a trend of just tragedy and etc. These are 14, 15, 16-year-olds who are arming themselves with weapons on our streets. And now add the drug consumptions and that market of being able to distribute and now that other challenge we have. We're very alert to this and will continue to invest our resources to where they need to be. But more importantly, I am advocating both at provincial and federal levels as well.
Excellent. How am I doing, Budget Chair Wilson? 1 minute? Okay, thank you. All right, Chief, body-worn cameras. If I recall, when I was on the board, back then Deputy Chief Bergen and the chief at that time, Gert, weren't too enamored with body-worn cameras. Why don't you explain to all of us the metamorphosis of Chief Frank Bergen to be a big backer now of body-worn cameras, please?
It's the time. It's the time is right for this. In fact, when we're every year having to defend our use of force stats, last year in 2024, we reported our 2023 use of force stats. We were less than 0.1% of the 219,000 interactions. We had 265. Yet in that, people are asking for transparency and accountability. An unbiased account of that is a body-worn camera. In February of 2024, then member Menendez had said very quickly, very specifically, that her community was asking for body-worn cameras. I chose that opportunity during that board meeting to say, thank you very much, Member Menendez. I would ask for your assistance in order to be able to find a path to the budget. The challenge has been the budget. It's a very, very expensive piece of equipment. It's not the hardware. Any one of us can walk around with our phone on our, sure. Well, not all of you are going to have the vest, but we can go around and do that. It's the back end. It's the ability to take the actual data, the incredible volume of data. So what we've been able to do since 2014 is we've sat back and we watched other organizations as they've implemented. We've watched both the challenges and the opportunities in that. In 2023, we availed ourselves of a $1.4 million grant from the province. As you remember, we all got a relief of our VAL tag. We didn't have to pay for VAL tags. Well, when you don't have VAL tags on a license plate, you can't, as a police officer, understand whether that is a registered vehicle or not, and therefore those VAL tags. So what the province did was they gave us automated license plate readers and a grant in order to do that. We then invested that $1.46 million grant in 78 of our patrol vehicles to see, in fact, what is the impact of the data. Have we increased the ability for us to take in that data, redact it, and disclose that data? We have. We have figured it out. We have worked with our actual licenses, but more importantly, we've worked with Eric Taylor and the court services to understand that we need DEMS clerks. We need disclosure clerks. So we've already started building them into the conveyor belt of disclosure. And right now we are ready. The time is right for this community to introduce body-worn cameras. And I'll be proud to come back to this horseshoe anytime during this calendar year to demonstrate the efficacy of having a body-worn camera for real-time, unbiased interpretation of interactions. I have the support of a board, I have the support of an association, but more importantly, I have support of the 1,300 members of our organization who are asking for body-worn cameras.
Well, thanks for that thorough explanation. So I'm not rushed on my last 2 or 3 questions. Can I go on a second time? Budget Chair Wilson, thank you.
Councillor Cassar, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wilson. Thank you, Chief Bergen. My first question is around slide 25. You talked about efficiencies and over nearly 21,000 hours saved by different methods. Can you answer for the committee, how does that compare to previous years, that 21,000 hours? And then secondly, what are the plans and targets for future years to continue to pursue that efficiency?
Thank you very much, Councillor Kassar, and through the budget chair. What are the plans for future years? The plans are every day we sit and have conversations about what is the art of the possible. We have conversations. We are constantly availing ourselves of best business practices. Both my deputies are supported by amazing teams. We have a workload efficiency committee that is meeting at all times to be looking at those nuances. We actually have seen a growth from numbers that were approximately 12,000 hours last year to the over 20,000 hours this calendar year. That's because we are making sure that if we can look at the LCBO, use an example, the LCBO has made a decision through their union that they don't stop anybody from coming into an LCBO. They don't put their person in harm's way, and then 4 or 5 hours later, they call police for us to do an investigation. So what we've done is use technology. They are able to take the video, they're able to take their interactions with them, put them on an opportunity and drop it in a box. And it's a handshake that we receive, so we have the intake to be able to do that. We alleviate having to bring forensics and other officers to be able to do that. The gas corporations, et cetera, have made a decision at the pump. The majority of them have pay at the pump. Those that don't, because they need someone to go into a kiosk to buy a hot rod, a pack of smokes, or some gum. They need to be able to turn something through their till. If that's a business decision they're making, we turn it into it's not going to be an impact on my service delivery. We allow them, again, to do a handshake to be able to transfer that information in order to be able to do it. Our alternate response officers, we spoke eloquently from both Councillor McMeekin and Spatafora about how do we retrain, re-educate, reintroduce our members, those who are not able to be deployed. They have amazing opportunities for some of them to be doing back of office work in case prep and alternate response. So as you make that phone call and you want a call and a receiving. So in long, we will continue every day to look for efficiency. We will continue every day. If you look at just simply the $1.6 million over 3 years invested in our social services partnership and our rapid intervention support team, we've been at 8:45 every morning. We sit with our group around a table and we take a client list. And this particular day, Frank Bergen needs addiction services, needs transportation to get a health card, and they may need to go to do something about reintegration to a housing or transitional housing. That file then goes to the right person at the right time. It doesn't go to the default service provider of a police officer. We are not the answer. So when you look at that particular envelope year over year, what we found is when we were the default service provider, we were in many cases having to respond to about 73% of those clients' needs. We are right now averaging 12 to 14%. So out of that basket, 8:45 every morning, we're not the default service provider. The risk intervention and the prevention experts that are around that table, those are the things that we'll continue to invest in at the Hamilton Police Service.
Budget Chair, definitely appreciate the examples and the work that's being done in the spirit of continuous improvement. But I guess what I'm hearing is there's not a specific target for improvement in 2025. It's just looking for opportunities, but don't have any specific target for further efficiencies that way. Is that fair?
I do not have a particular number in my mind, but I can tell you, and we do it every morning, we're having conversations again, what else can we do? And we continue to do that. Every day we look at opportunities that get presented. The CSPA expanded the role of special constables, so that allowed us to offset 16 net new special constables. Really, you'll see those numbers year over year change as we bring in clerks doing disclosure, as we bring in those opportunities to do that. That offsets and frees the frontline service provider to do crime prevention, law enforcement, assisting public order, and managing extreme events. That's our job. That's what our role is. We can't be everything to everybody, so find the right resource to do the job. We'll continue to do that.
Okay. Thank you. My second question, Budget Chair, is around slide 30, where you talked about the different options, and there was 2 categories of efficiencies, reserves and cost recovery. And then there was a line about the review of budget submissions by senior leadership. And that was about 4%. Just wondering if you can speak a little more into the detail on what those efficiencies were, and then more importantly, is that sustainable into future years?
The one thing when starting in it, and again, so thank you very much for this opportunity. I really do appreciate it. But it doesn't give us any opportunity. As we leave today, we already start having conversations about 2026, and we're already having the ability. As you know, we're at year end, and we'll be doing and reporting back on how we've closed the books going into April of 2025. What that means is those efficiencies are how we can take the budget binders that I get. So in April, I get all of my leads within my organization give me their budget asks for 2026. In that, again, many times they're going to be, that's what they're doing over in that jurisdiction. I want that. Right now, whether it's expanded thing, what happens to be a big thing in policing right now, and it's a result of border security, has been the proliferation of municipalities availing themselves of a helicopter. We were given that opportunity of does Hamilton need a helicopter? Do I need a helicopter? I could use one, but I can't come to my board. I can't come to the city and be able to articulate a $7 million purchase of a helicopter and then those annual costs of running it every day. So those original things that I get in April, those binders, they really are both the needs in order to keep the lights on and to provide adequate and effective policing, but they're also the wants. So part of that basket as we move along the continuum, going from option 1 to option 2 is when we started to really open up the books, and that's when we in fact had the greatest impact on what was our capital expenditures. As you're aware, we do our 10-year capital plan to our city. What we were able to do is we deferred many costs in 2025 and pushed them out to 26 and beyond. We don't need to purchase that this year. We're going to do this. Some of the challenges have also been, and this is a discussion we're having with our board, a very active discussion with our board, is no longer really being able to articulate the viability of our 155 King William, our Station 10, and as well as our headquarters. If you're not aware, just by some simple numbers, we're looking at challenges of a $600,000 roof repair. We're looking at long-term HVAC issues. We're having interior challenges. So what we have to do every day is make decisions. Do I put it off until tomorrow? And do I have that ability to do that? Going into the final option number 3 is then when we dipped into our reserves and dipping into our reserves. So what we had done in going into the budget subcommittee, the 3rd budget subcommittee meeting in October, is what we were able to do is actually look at line by line by line of the mayoral directive and say, check, 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 check. We availed ourselves and we're compliant with all that letters of that directive, and it made us feel confident that at 5.7, it is the right budget to ask.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And Budget Chair Wilson, just a closing comment then. I think efficiencies are very important for the city, for HPS, and with HPS, there's 1.1% of the levy increase, and then another 0.4 for the PSAP, which I understand the city's paying for, but it's all about emergency services. It's about 26% of the budget, so it's all of us of interest to continue to ask about efficiencies and find efficiencies everywhere as we're trying to minimize. So appreciate the good work that's being done. Speaking for Ward 12 residents, there is a lot of requests for police services, and we've talked about how we can better engage in the ward, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Everything
I
okay,
have
Councillor Harrison?
Taddison following Nan. And I do not mess with Elsie Bates, and you should not either.
Oh, I was having difficulty for transparency. The icon was going on and off, on and off, on and off. And so our clerk confirmed, Councillor, you still want to be on the list because you're on the list. So
And
just to clarify.
check your email. There have been some e-scribe challenges. So I will recognize Councillor Nan, followed by Councillor Taddison.
Thank you, Chair. Keeping the peace. Chief, I apologize for missing the first portion of your presentation, so I will have a clarifying question based on those earlier slides that I missed. Thank you for the work that went into and resulted in Project Open Air, exploiting those who are suffering most and facing complex challenges, be it poverty, or the continued failure of unjust policies and systems that deny our residents access to the care that they need. This exploitation is occurring across the entire city, and it's unacceptable and leading to social division, as well as stigma that I know that your officers are often responding to as well, in terms of trying to encourage folks not to engage in that stigma. So thank you to you and your service for that. I also appreciate the specific patrolling in the hotspot neighborhoods in Stinson, Crown Point, and Delta, directly requested by Ward 3 residents in response to their experiences of increased criminal activity in those 3 areas. So thank you again to the service in 2024 for that work. Question through you, Chair, is Councillor Jackson asked my question around the increased gun violence and what is it going to take to trend that down. My question is about the slide that indicates hate crime increases continue, and that since 2023, the force is documenting a 5% increase in hate crime. So if you could, Chief, could you break that down a little bit more, as well as including information that would help alleviate residents' concerns about what they're seeing as perceived increase in extremist organization presence as well in Hamilton? We've had Dagalong, I'm not pronouncing it correctly, I know that, but there is a known extremist organization that has been putting its insignia across our municipality and into our municipal properties as well, which has been quite stark for our residents to experience. So if I could, from you, a policing perspective on what is it going to take to reduce the increase in hate crime, and how is it being addressed in this budget ask?
Councillor Nan, thank you very much for that question. It is timely, absolutely timely, as well as through the budget. Chair Wilson, again, thank you, Councillor Wilson. I saw you last night at the event. The important for us to understand the 80th anniversary of the Holocaust and understand the impact. And sometimes what I see is many times we don't know that impact because we don't know what people are thinking or how it affects them. I would like to put a shout out to our city is what we need to do is we need to continue to call it out. We need to continue to report and to get us involved, working with HARC and working with other agencies when we are trying at some points. I'm understanding the difficulty of running 2, 3, 4 different systems. Ultimately, it's our responsibility within that continuum or that spectrum of investigations and being able to get people the right resolve. We have been very, very vocal with our levels of government because the criminal code has handicapped us because in many cases, they don't give us the ability or the authority to really change a hate incident versus a hate crime. We have to seek actual authority through the Attorney General. I can tell you that, and I'm not spoiling it for Jackie Penman, but I can tell you that the public should be comforted in knowing that in a couple incidents of egregious behavior, we have been given authority to lay hate crime charges, and we'll be making announcements very shortly about it. So in short, what we need to be doing is continually speaking about it. The numbers have increased. I've talked about those numbers and those numbers being disproportionately high over the last couple of years. That is because we've started asking people to call it out and to report it. One thing that I could ask council to do at your town hall and your interactions in your abilities through your incredible admin supports, if people are talking about it on social media, that doesn't necessarily mean we're involved. I can tell you that we read on social media that why call police? They're not going to do anything about it. Give us a chance. Give us an opportunity to be involved. Give us an opportunity to understand the impact of a symbol, the impact of words, the impact of actions of people, so that we have the ability, when it's brought to my attention, brought to the attention of our command team, where we're less than serving the needs through customer service mistakes, I have the ability to correct that mistake and to put that back on track. So, Councillor, your advocacy and your ability to have an audience is something that I would gladly and proudly stand beside because, again, there's no place for this in our city. We can do better.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, so just in terms of the perception of increased presence of extremist organizations in the city. It's been a question over the last 6 years that residents have raised in the ongoing demonstrations and/or insignias showing up as those organizations continuously rebrand themselves. Any comments there, Chief?
Thank you very much, Councillor Nan, and through Budget Chair Wilson. You're not wrong. You're not wrong that, in fact, as cycles of behavior impact internationally, we feel them on the streets of the city of Hamilton. Our hate crime team, which reports directly to me, has been expanded. I now have 2 detectives working in that particular area. It is also the same group that works with my community relations coordinator, my EDI specialist. They sit in the same office space in order to understand the impacts, because the impacts of what we're learning through Intel and through their investigative service branches allows us then the ability to be agile and respond accordingly. There is a growth industry, and we have to be cognizant of other international decisions of politics, et cetera, that in fact, in some cases, these things are again going to grow. So we'll be ever present. But again, we ask the public to bring us as early on in the continuum so that we have the ability to lean in very early.
Thank you, Chair.
Now, Councillor Taddison.
Hey, thanks, Chief. I just want to talk about a couple of budget drivers. Sustaining core services at 17.86 million and technology requirements of 2.44 million. So I know that there are competing needs, and we're dealing with life and death situations of urgency and emergencies daily. However, in saying that, the biggest want for rural Hamiltonians in my area involves police presence on rural roads where we're seeing speeding and big trucks off route on a regular basis. So one question I have for public consumption that might help with sharing the data we need to counter that narrative is, when will HPS move to electronic tickets for traffic violations so that that data can be shared more readily with the public?
Thank you very much, Councillor, for that question. And I also am fully aware of your grasp of data and your understanding of that. So I respect it and I'm humbled by it. And through the Budget Chair, Wilson. The most recent report that we have is we're in the migration shift in our niche records management system. We are looking at what is called Niche Universal. Niche Universal will have a full menu of options that we're able then to turn on. In our progressive approach to give our members the most up-to-date technology, and we have been lagging over the last couple of years in order to do that. Going into the last quarter of 2024, we've rolled out cell phones to our members so that they have the ability to have portions of a record management system, as well as the ability to take a recording from somebody and be able to download some video. But in that whole conveyor belt of our records management systems, e-ticketing and that ability to have that technology readily available, the ability to turn around an accident investigation much more efficiently is coming. It is not coming as fast as we would like it because we don't have the back-end technology. I have been led to believe in the most current update I had from Deputy Hamilton and their amazing team was that we're looking in the latter part of 2025 of at least having the suite of options of what will be Niche Universal, that upgrade. Once we have that upgrade, then we have more agility and able to expand. We'll expand initially in our traffic service branch and specifically to heavy transports and to those problems that are causing many access and egress routes within the rural communities of our large, beautiful city. We have expanded our commercial response to that, and we've bought additional scales in 2024, so those officers have the ability to be on site to look for those people who are violating the actual transportation hubs within our community.
Hey, thanks for that answer, Chief. Just one more question. I know that your staff is dealing with an unprecedented rate of car thefts happening rurally and citywide. So I guess, are the efforts that are being made federally, provincially, and municipally, where you're combining teams basically, are you seeing a seeable difference now? And what's in the budget for dealing with car thefts in Hamilton this year?
Councillor Tedison, thank you very much, and through the budget chair, Wilson. Absolutely, we have played a role. We have received provincial monies to offset our challenges. Our increase in auto thefts, and this is not an invitation to anybody out there, in fact, they have been marginal year-to-year increases, and we've not seen the increases that they're seeing within Toronto, York, and Peel. But we're not immune to it. In our partnership with Waterloo, we certainly were able to dismantle a chop shop up on Highway 6 within the last month. And that again spoke to a cache of vehicles stolen from the GTA area. And only out of that pool of cars in there were only a couple that were specific to Hamilton. We, again, much like I had said with respect to our announcement coming with regards to hate crime. I can also say that we are right now concluding an important partnership with our policing group within auto thefts, and we'll be announcing that shortly. So there is some positive news on that. But our team, and again, the investigative services team, but more importantly, our localized divisional heat units, they're getting stolen autos every day. The one thing that we have got a benefit from our technology, as Councillor Jackson asked me about those challenges of the body-worn camera since 2014 to date, is our automated license plate readers within our 78 patrol vehicles are getting hits on stolen autos every day. They're getting hits on a lot of people, and I remind everybody, register your vehicle, go online, it doesn't cost you anything, go online, register your vehicle so that we know who's driving the vehicle, but our hits every day are growing with the stolen autos, and we're able to take those people off the streets.
Thanks very much, Chief. No more questions.
Thank you. So members know we have Councillor Crutch, Clark, Beattie, Alex Wilson, and then maybe on to our second-time speakers. Councillor Crutch.
Thanks. I just had some questions here. I may have to enjoy the Tom Jackson return to the speakers list to ask all of them, so just announcing that in advance. In this budget, you use significant numbers of reserves to reduce the overall budget ask, and I recognize that was part of the mayoral directive. Is that the reason why you took that perspective on of doing that this year? Was that sort of happening before you got the mayoral directive? Just wanting to understand that, because I know that last year that wasn't exactly how it was done.
Thank you very much, Councillor Crutch, and through the budget chair, Wilson. We have over the years, and I've been in this organization since 2018, at different times we have both had the pleasure of surpluses as well as deficits. And in fact, using a reserve or having the ability in a tax stabilization opportunity, what we have done in 2023 surplus is that we on purpose put that in our tax stabilization reserve. And if you've already checked as well going into 2026, we're also going to avail ourselves of those reserves. So that is not a new path. It's an opportunity that as a board and a service, we have the ability to have a policy that speaks to both surpluses and reserves.
Yeah, sorry if I wasn't clear. It's just that it's more substantial than in the past based on the percentage I'm seeing used to reduce the overall budget ask from the options you provided. And so that's what I was speaking to, is the substantive nature of using the reserves this year as opposed to last year, if there's any reason for that.
Councillor Crutch, and through the board chair, the reason this year was I felt coming to council at 8.36% was not going to be palatable. So this year our board, as well as our budget subcommittee and the incredible work they've done over the 4 years, over the 4 meetings, I actually felt coming up before you that the scrutiny expected of me then coupled down to receiving the mayoral directive spoke to what I should be considering. We were compliant with that consideration.
Thanks. When you spoke earlier, you spoke about 16 new officers, and I think you used the term net new and referred to a motion in the middle of last year about that. Could you talk about how that budget impact of those 16 net new officers is captured in this budget? That'd be helpful to understand.
Thank you very much, Councillor Crutch, and through our Budget Chair, Wilson. Thank you very much. Yes, in the going into the third quarter of 2024, one thing that has been common by this command team, we actually put our budget asks during the calendar year. We put what we need at the time in our calendar year. I would think that it would be a difficult thing to do going into the next year is to put that on there. We've already been able to introduce 8 special constables, and we've deferred the next 8 going into the calendar year of 2024. What we do when we add personnel into our organization is we do our best to try and capture that in the last quarter of a calendar year. Therefore, that we're not realizing the full impact of that scale. And those 16 special constables on top of the 14.4 we received through our efficiencies reductions of those hours of our officers, they'll offset what we can do in order to meet the demand of our community.
Thanks. And just to follow up on that, to make sure I understood what you said, you're saying that those 8 special constables, 16 special constables really represent 2 pairs of 8 that are going to be staggered in.
That's correct.
And the 14.4 FTEs in terms of savings, that's more of a mathematical equation. Those aren't actually 14.4 new officers you're hiring as a result of those efficiencies.
Councillor Crutch, through the Budget Chair, no, we're not hiring 14.4. What we did is we felt it was prudent as we put out our budget. When we look at the mayoral directive, but what I've seen in budget presentations, I think it's always positive if we can stand before those who are making decisions to say that we've explored everything. I can tell you in my own budgeting in my home, I do have to have reserves. I do have to have that ability. I've learned over the years that I can never come home and say, this is a good month, because that's the night that the washing machine breaks, or that's the night that I'm going to need some new tires. So in this particular case, what we do is every day we look at what's today, what's tomorrow, and what does the next few years look like on impact.
Thanks. And following up to that, I understand, of course, the difference between constables and special constables and the different roles they have, and you sort of outlined that earlier, which was great and helpful in understanding that. My question is, are there going to be net new constables as a result of this budget? And if so, could you outline the cost for those net new constables or frontline officers as part of this budget?
Thank you very much, Councillor Crutch, for the question, and through the Budget Chair Wilson. I will turn to our Director of Finance for dollar amounts, but as you're aware, and when you're a member of the board, in 2021 going into 2022, we had introduced not only being compliant with the city's demand and expectations of the 10-year capital plan, as well as the multi-year budgeting forecast. During my first year as chief, I also introduced a 10-year human capital plan. I was very fortunate that year to stand in front of this particular council and be able to have a correlation to what had been the economic growth and expectations of population over the next few years into 2030, 2040 and beyond. And what I'd asked for our board to consider, and more importantly the council, is that we need to expand commensurate to that growth of the population demand. And that's why I was given approval at board level and ultimately survived through council, is the 10-year human capital plan. In that 10-year human capital plan, I have put already in base placeholders for 13 net new officers each calendar year. Director of Finance, do you have a dollar figure of what is baked into the 2025 dollar figure?
And could you kindly introduce yourself?
Yep. Through you, Madam Chair. Duncan Robertson, Interim Director of Finance, Hamilton Police Service. So the 13 constables that Chief Bergens referenced includes just over a $300,000 increase to the 2025 annual budget, and annualized another increase of just over $900,000 to 2026. That's built in, assuming approval of the 2025 budget in March and a 6-month recruitment period. So it's assuming a September 1st, September 30th start date for the 13 positions.
And a follow-up to that, thank you very much, Director. Understanding as well as the impact of when a member is not at work, or if I have a vacancy, I have to pay time and a half as a backfill. I have a collective agreement obligations of 51 members on frontline service deployment every 12-hour cycle. So therefore, I have to continue to look at options of either offsetting to a special constable role outside of a frontline service delivery, or I have to continue to add. Otherwise, I will not be able able to control my overtime and the absence that occur from that.
Thanks. On slide 16, I believe it was, you talked about community demand, and in a previous slide, you talked about calls for service. And the calls for service breakdown this year is a bit different. It shows it ward by ward. Do you have community demand data by ward? If not, maybe I can just ask for it offline if you don't have that here.
Councillor Crutch, thank you for that, and through the budget chair, perhaps you can help me with what you're asking me. I can tell you that in Ward 2, what I have is in fact combined for the officer proactive work as well as the reactive work for the calls of service. It's just shy of 22,000 calls for service in the calendar year. In fact, if it was just calls for service, meaning people picking up the phone and saying, I need a police officer, that's a little over 19,000. So if that's what you're asking me, in fact, what is the difference between what they're asking?
No, it's just asking, you had a slide up there saying, here are all the calls for service by ward. And I wondered if you had a similar chart or similar data by ward for community demand. And I can always ask that question offline and get it from you then.
Yeah, the slide speaks to that. The slide, in fact, if you have it up or you're looking at it, in fact, the portion of it is in blue, speaks to calls for service. That's community demand. And on top of that, in Ward 2, we were specifically and responded to the downtown core, which then increased what was then my foot patrol in that area. So those numbers, which ward by ward by ward, and I've shared with many of the councillors who've sat in the office, that speaks to the community demand, calls for service.
Councillor, that's your time if you'd like to go back on. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. Am I permitted to ask a question of the Chair of the Police Service Board, since they presented this morning?
If it's a budget question, I would prefer that your queries be directed to the chief who presented the budget, but I don't know what your question is, so.
Well, my question is with respect to the 4 meetings that the Finance Committee or Budget Committee of the Police Service Board took and trying to understand what happened in those meetings. And it seems to me it would be more of a question for the chair of the board than it would be for the police chief. But it's up to you, sir or ma'am.
The question is in order as it's a process related to the budget. Mr. Robertson, as the new chair of the board, to be fair, would you be in a position to respond?
May I proceed then?
Beg your pardon, Councillor Clark, just so you know, yeah, that's it. You just
There
have
we
to
go.
press the button. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair. I'll add that 30 seconds back. I'm teasing. So in the budget process, in the document, I think it is page 5 of 91, it speaks to the deliberations of the Budget Committee. So they met July 15th, September 10th, October 29th, and November 26th. Curious what you can share in terms of how those meetings went, and are you comfortable that the board is exercising their fiduciary responsibilities as it relates to the development of the budget? I understand it comes to you from the chief and from the senior team, but then you have deliberations, and I'm not sure what the deliberations were. So if you can share some of that, so we have an understanding of what happens behind, I guess they were public meetings, but I'll wait to hear from you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark, through Budget Chair Wilson. Yeah, a great deal of the deliberation obviously is in closed session, and that we can't share a great deal of that as the process goes through. But rest assured that, let me go back a bit. I attended my first meeting on the Police Service Board in May. As vice chair, I was informed I was chair of the Budget Committee. So when we started those meetings, it was kind of a learning curve for someone like myself, which I think you can all appreciate. Any new counselor here that goes through this process for the first time, it's a challenge. But Councillor Clark, you can rest assured, and for those that don't know me, I'm not shy about saying what I think. I won't be here. I won't be anywhere. And when I wanted an understanding of why are you spending the money on this and not this, I was more than pleased, and I think the entire committee was, with the response that we got from our service. They do excellent work. The binders that we see and the latitude, quite frankly, as the chief alluded to, 90% of this budget is wages. And you don't have to be a genius. I know that because I figured this out myself. These cars aren't running around on their own, and they're using up an awful lot of gas, and they're wearing out tires and replenishing of vehicles and everything else. A lot of what we're dealing with is just just increase in cost to maintain. And I think through the chief and his senior command team, they did an outstanding job based on the circumstances we were presented with to keep it at 5.7%. So I was happy. I can't share with you a lot because it was all in a closed session, but I can tell you personally, I was more than pleased with the answers I got and what they delivered to us.
Thank you. And through the chair, if I may, Chair Wilson, the length of time for those meetings, do you have an average as to how long those meetings took?
They varied. The first one wasn't quite as long because it was more of an information and an introduction.
Yes.
And as they moved along, they would go from 60 minutes to 2 hours. And in the final meeting, I made it very clear that some of the members had questions. And I said, take all the time you want. I just like to get home for supper. So I blew the door off and said, if you've got questions and you want to be here for another 4 hours, we're going to sort this thing out right now so everybody's comfortable moving forward.
Well, thank you, Chair Robertson. The reason I ask that is because the public is not privy to these meetings, and you get a lot of communications through social media. It's important that we hear from the chair and from that board that this is the work that they did and they're comfortable with their exercising their fiduciary responsibility. Not sure if I'm over my time, I believe, so I think
No,
I have the
I
floor,
think
though.
the member is satisfied with the answer.
Yes, I'm not asking for any clarification, Chair. Thank you very much. And thank you, Chair. I know we did not discuss this. This is what my questions were impromptu, if you will, and I appreciate the answers. If I can ask the chief a question, and this seems to come up a great deal in our community, and it's very sad. There seems to be, for lack of a better word, some folks that are hate mongers in our community. And sometimes they come to our community from other communities. And when I'm speaking to civilians, not police officers, their reaction to something that has occurred in the community is that it was a hate crime and that they should be charged and go to court because they're inciting hatred. How does the police, when they're investigating something like that, what's the threshold when you can say, yes, we have an opportunity to lay charges? I know it's the Attorney General that has to be involved in all that, which I think is ridiculous, but that's me personally. Don't put that on the chief. But how does the police department handle that? Because it's not as easy as just saying, yes, what that gentleman said is inciting hatred.
Councillor Clark, thank you very much for that question, as well as through the budget, Chair Wilson. I absolutely will tell you that is exactly our challenge. It is our challenge about being able to sit within the definition within the criminal code of an incident versus a crime, and it's been challenged. It's been a challenge for the number of years that I've been involved in policing. In order to mitigate and to actually have a voice at the table, we are so proud that 12 members of our community, after a public consultation, put their hand up to be participants and meeting monthly in what is called the Hate Crime Community Review Team. It is an opportunity for our community, our peers, those that you mentioned, those that you meet, that understand the impact. Internally, the benefit is that we have the ability to recognize when we could have done better. Recognize when in fact we're hearing this, but we're interpreting that, understanding those impacts and understanding that unless you understand the true impact of words, acts, gestures at all, you don't really understand then whether you have provided the right customer service at the right time. So the Hate Crime Community Review Team has access, full unfettered access to all of our investigations. They have taken oath of office. They have been able to understand what confidence is, and they have the ability and the nuance to better serve the community, better serve us. We are constantly advocating in our partnerships to the OACP, but as well as our ability to work with our Crown, Eric Taylor, is to be able to understand the impact of the criminal code and its definitions, and therefore when questioned or when concerned, we seek the good counsel of our Crown. And so, again, where we may not have the ability to turn it into a hate crime, to get that extra weight onto it, we can have two things now. Internally, we have an opportunity to have community members review, peer review, but also give us good counsel in order to better meet the emerging needs of our community. And it is growing.
And can you just speak to the process with the Attorney General, and if that process is impeding your work in terms of enforcing hate crimes?
Thank you, Councillor, and that's your time.
Councillor Clark, thank you very much for that, as well as through the budget chair. I'll just be clear, I sit within the limitations of the criminal code. I don't have the ability in the city of Hamilton, I don't have the ability by the office of the chief to do what's beyond the interpretation of the criminal code. I'm not alone. I'm not alone in the conversations. There are many community leaders and community advocates that are speaking of the same approach that you're talking to it, but until the limitations change within the criminal code, I will stay within the parameters of that interpretation. What we can do, and I just want to add, is the Hate Crime Community Review Team. I just want to give the significance of why this is important. We may not be able to have a charge, we may not be able to have a conviction, but what we might be able to do is change the behavior. We might be able to stand together shoulder to shoulder to call it out. We might have that ability to again, amplify that voice that it's not acceptable in the city of Hamilton. So I can tell you that is a way we can change behavior. It's not always going to be within legislation.
Thank you. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair Wilson, and through you, Chief, I'll have a question at the end. The questions around the horseshoe have been really excellent, and mine will be far simpler. But I do have, for the purpose of context, perhaps some comments just on what we've experienced and the hard work that my office has been able to accomplish with your support as well, Chief. The local command and your command have been quite fantastic. You mentioned an upcoming engagement with our Stony Creek Youth Council, and I know that our 25 young people are very much looking forward to that, and their questions will be unfiltered and unvarnished, and thank you for committing to that. Also wanted to relay that we did have some anomaly events in the community in 2024, but the response was exemplary in the perspective of the community, and of course it's not reflective of the norm in the community, and the data that you presented shows that. Just wanted to pass that feedback along to you as well. And then individual events, the elementary schools that do walking and wheeling events, our Easter egg hunt, our Peach Festival, our Halloween event, Coffee with a Cop, our community town hall, all of these things that have helped to increase the exposure and the interactions with community members has all been appreciative. And then frontline members of the service going to individual residents to deal with folks one-on-one, to answer questions, to work them through things, to talk to them, going out to local businesses when on a crossing, going from business to business to business, and having that frontline interaction. The presence and the outreach has been really, really exemplary. But it all comes back to the feedback that I still hear is that it's never enough. And I've committed to continuing to try to work with your office and the police service in any way possible to combat that and to try to show the community that the presence is there and increasing. But still, we hear the perception that it's never enough, and the half joke that I would say is some members of the community say that they see more from our adjoining police service in Niagara sometimes, and that's unfortunate. I don't think it's true, but those are the misconceptions that are out there. Chief, my question, quite simply, the budget that you presented, what is in there that will help to address the perception in the community that I serve and others in the city of Hamilton, I'm sure, that have similar perceptions involving police presence in our rural and high growth areas in particular?
Councillor Beattie, thank you for your question, and through the Budget Chair Wilson. That is a question we asked ourselves as well when we had struggled to land at 5.7% increase. In there is that ability for us, again, to find alternative service delivery models. It is the ability, and something that we felt, and I'll go to Councillor Cassar pointing it out as well, is we went from trends of meeting 65% of the demand up to 2024 meeting 73% of the demand. Looking at setting the right response to the right time. 590% increase to online reporting. It's those little wins that allow our members to have that luxury of proactive work. This morning at 8:45, we do a morning call with our commanders around the table. And again, this morning we're hearing up in Station 30, the amount of time that was spent on proactive park and walks and understanding the significance. It shouldn't just be a calendar day circled for coffee with a cop. It should be an opportunity to sit within a community, sit within a cul-de-sac, to sit in that area. I've heard loud and clear from our councillors again, and I know specifically that everybody knows that behind the arena might be a good spot to sit. I want the officers to know that, yes, they need a place to work. The chair had mentioned it. Their place of work is not from home. Their place of work is their patrol vehicle. And in that patrol vehicle, the thing that we're trying to mitigate, and it's through upgrades to records management, through upgrades to technology, is the fulsome amount and demand on their paperwork. The amount of work and that they're submitting every day, that they're doing in their office, their mobile office, is far too great. And it's a commitment of this command team going into 2025 again to find technology. Let's not do data transfers of an accident. Let's not do data transfers of a victim statement. Let's use technology. Let's sit there and have 12 minutes of good time to talk to a victim of crime and then push the button to send it into the queue. Not sitting there having to transcribe, not sitting there having to do that. Those are those little wins that allow us the opportunity, the air, the breath, etc. We invest heavily on bringing new people into our organization. They hear time and time again that if someone's been a victim of sexual assault, there's no better comfort to them than 2 days later you knock on the door and check on them. If someone is a victim in a community of a theft, of a break and enter, I can tell you from my experiences, you get simple information at the time, and you put that for an insurance purpose or whatever, you get fulsome information and incredible response. If 2 days, 3 days later, you go back into that community, park your car, because I can tell you people approach us, people will tell us what that person looked like, the clothing they were wearing. They think this is this person that's victimizing the area. It's those type of conversations and you calling it out that makes us better, gives us that opportunity. We ask our members every day to look for an option of customer service, look for those options to be able to better meet the needs of our community.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, thank you, Chief, for being here today. I do just have a couple of questions to better understand the revenues and efficiencies piece. So table 14 in the report is mostly what I'm referring to. Just trying to understand, under the reserves, recoveries, and efficiencies, the $15 million that's been reduced, am I understanding that about $5 of those $1 million is the Next Gen 911 kind of going to a different funding source? So it's still being agreed with the city, it's still being funded by the city, but it's not appropriate really to be part of the HPSB budget is the thinking, and so we'll pull that out and we'll do that separately. Is that one of those items, and the 15 million is about that 5 million for the Next Gen 911 services?
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson, and through Budget Chair. You're absolutely bang on what we had done, and I'll just give you some by way of history. In the 2024 reconciliation and moving into 2025, we currently, right now, are returning $10.3 million of my operating budget to the city in what is defined as cost allocation. This is subsidies and overwatch of WSIB. This is us with payroll, with finance, etc. In 2024, our command team had investigated carefully the interpretation of what is the practice of cost allocation, and we had taken the front end, the call taker portion of the full PSAP of 76 people that are playing in there. And I had approached the general manager at the time and worked alongside the general manager and attributed the same approach. If in fact we are conducting that front intake of calls on behalf of the city's contract, which is with Bell Canada, Hamilton Police are not mentioned in there. We are responsible for the dispatch portion. We are responsible within that. And so that $5.1 million was realized and allowed us to move from option 2 into option 3.
Oh, thank you for that. Just again, for my understanding, the piece I'm getting at, I completely understand moving it to a different funding source, and that makes sense to me. I'm just trying to understand, by moving it to that, it wasn't that there was a reserve that it's being pulled from. There's still a request in 2025 for a roughly similar amount of money to go in, or am I missing something that it's been being covered by previous years, kind of overpayments or pieces like that? My understanding is this is still a new fee, it's just being funded somewhere else. And I understand it's cost recovery for services rendered, not debating the value of the fee, just trying to understand where it's being funded from.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson, and through the Budget Chair Wilson. It's about reconciliating your books, and right now in the calendar year, we are expected to pay $10.3 million to the city for what they're asking us to benefit from. We're going to be doing the exact same thing, and on the ledger, we'll be asking the city, which they've agreed, to be able to take that. If you have some more clarity, our Director of Finance is here, and if you need help, Director, you can help me on that.
Thank you, through Chair. If I could move to that helps me, and I can follow up offline if I'm looking for more specific details on that, but I'm now curious about the $8.5 or $8.6 million in efficiencies that were found more broadly. Would it be possible to just get overview of what some of those trends in that was outside of kind of the Next Gen 911 or the funding from reserves? It says, and then we also found $8.6 million in efficiency through this review. We've heard a bit about the process. Just if you could point to some general trends or what those efficiencies looked like.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson, and through Budget Chair Wilson. Yeah, the efficiencies are in real time about looking at it, and that's why I wanted to be very clear. Our first expectation was over 12%, and in that 12%, those binders were sent back. And what I received then is a lot of stickies and a lot of opportunities, and then the two deputies and I sit in a room, and we further cut to that. So those start taking away from that initial ask of over $27 million to whittle it down to the 12%. million. Those efficiencies, though, to offset that is then how can we do the job differently? How can we realize that moving forward in 2025 into 2026? And there were final two options that we then moved into was not only the PSAP cost allocation 5.1, moving it out of our ledger, but also then to avail ourselves of the 1.5 million in reserves. But if you want, Director of Finance, if there's more, you want to get into the meat and potatoes of all those efficiencies on top of transferring those calls to technology, transferring those calls to a person on the phone as opposed to in two people standing on the steps of people, then perhaps the director can give you some further if that's what you need.
Sure, just trying to understand the 8.6 and just some general trends or some key things. I heard a little bit, we use technology, maybe just a numerical estimate, about 25% of those savings were use of technology, and just something to understand where those efficiencies actually came from through that review process, understanding the process.
That's right, and it kept going. Those are those real-time savings. That is, you experience in a calendar year, year over year, a 590% increase to online reporting. That's significant. That's taking a call out of the 486,000 calls we're getting in the year, and that's taking a call out of that where two people are not responding, but the Director of Finance can give you a more eloquent response.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So speaking specifically to the 8.6 million reference in efficiencies, by and large part is the introduction of the intimate partner violence unit that was perceived as a need for the community and was brought forward as a business case. Through evaluation, it was determined that the possibility of implementing within 2025 wasn't going to be a reality. It takes a little bit of a runway to introduce that unit, still recognizing that as a need, but then deferring that within the multi-year budget to 2026. So that reduced the initial request for 2025, but still recognizing within the multi-year forecast that was going to be a need. Other items within that are line-by-line review, looking at historical trends in spending, where we could scale back on specific things that were no longer required in past budgets, and looking at a detailed review of the services capital plan, likelihood of spending dollars within 2025 based on works in progress and the work plans required to complete for the year. Moving things out in the forecast or determining alternative ways of delivering a capital project that would reduce the overall budget ask.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Appreciate that. My last question is just about the HPSB, like the board budget itself, and so we'll take your discretion as to where that's best directed, Chair. Just a question, I'm seeing that it went from about $750,000 roughly to now over $1 million in 2025. Am I seeing that right? And just again, trying to understand what the rationale is for the increase, not saying it's not warranted, but just trying to understand what those details are behind that increase.
Councillor Wilson, and through the Budget Chair Wilson, thank you very much for that question. We've experienced a very large increase in litigation charges, et cetera, which are borne by our Police Services Board, as well as we'd come out of some challenges within our HR community and our relationship with our association. Our biggest investment in 2024 was changing that temperature and changing that channel. I'm very confident that right now we are in a trend where, in fact, our interpretations of collective agreement and those what are legitimate grievances, et cetera, are at an all-time low. I've never seen it so low with our organization. It's about respecting each other's role within interpretations of a collective agreement. So what we're doing is trying to get out of that, and I can tell you that that's probably where we're going to see a savings going into 2025 and beyond, is that category of the legal bills that we have to pay.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. There are no further first-time speakers. We're on to second time. Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor Critch.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. Two last questions, Chief Bergen. I want to pick up on Councillor Tattison's inquiry about stolen autos. If I detected right, you've got some kind of a hopeful, wonderful announcement down the road. That's great. if you need a first ward to do the trial in, please come to the East Mountain. I know my constituents would welcome that with open arms. Can you give us an idea? It seems like an explosion of auto theft. Can you give us some quick cursory idea what's happening out there in the industry, that it just seems like an overwhelming increased number of auto thefts are occurring? Where are they going? What's happening, please?
Thank you very much, Councillor Jackson, and through Budget Chair Wilson. Absolutely, we're in a cycle that we have seen a growth of industry that we've never seen before. The ability for the criminal to be able to have access entry into a vehicle through technology and being able to override a key fob, if you will. But the actual end product and the actual commercial profits from that stolen vehicle is incredible. They're looking at, in some cases, 50, 60, up to $80,000 that they're getting. They're shipping them. We are not immune to the challenges of having one of the busiest ports within our community. We're also in our proximity to the border and understanding that we are also within the Greater Toronto Hamilton cycle of movement of people. Again, it's really about trying to prevent it. It's about putting those preventions within your driveway, within your garage. We had a very successful campaign where we had, through the councillor's office, distributed Faraday bags. Again, it's about the conversation right now because of the calendar year and the temperatures. We have a spike because people are not thinking about the impact of warming up their vehicle in their park, in their driveway, in front of their home. And these are crimes of opportunities as well. The other sad part to this has been in other jurisdictions, and we've had a few, is the carjackings and the violence that's occurring. What we're seeing within the jewelry stores, and you're seeing that, and we're doing everything we can to work with Eastgate and Lime Ridge and the Jackson Square and our partners throughout the communities about preparedness for the stores, the access and egress to the jewelry stores, etc. Just having Grimsby and the Penn Centre most recently being involved. These are just cycles of groups of people who become very skilled and very adept at being able to take a vehicle very quickly, but also then chopping it and putting it in a container and sending it internationally. And it's not uncommon that people in their vacations are noticing Ontario license plates when they're in Malta or when they're in the Caribbean, et cetera, or in South America. So it is a trend that we're actually leaning into. And again, we believe that the city will have some calm for a moment, but again, the day that we correct something, we just learn something new the next day. So we'll always be mindful of that.
Please bring on that proactive, community-based auto theft program that you're alluding to as soon as possible. Last question. I don't think you touched much upon it, the traffic safety unit. Is that specialized unit? I think we established about 5 years ago, 18 to 20 officers still doing what they're doing. And if anything else, my East Mountain community along the main arteries continues to welcome police presence. And that's my last question, Budget Chair Wilson, through you to the Chief.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jackson, for that opportunity to speak to it and through the Budget Chair. Yes, we are absolutely still committed to a traffic services response. It is doing incredible. We, much like everything else, though, we are challenged sometimes of having full capacity of our members in our deployment. We've added a detective in that area also to assist us in further having resolutions to fail to remains and those investigations. Fatalities, we have right now have leveled out some of the challenges after 2 years ago having extreme growth to the fatalities within our community, working with our city partners, working with our city engineers, and working with our community safety automated devices, red light cameras, etc. So we'll continue to support our traffic services unit, but more importantly, I'll add where we've seen the greatest growth and the greatest impact, not only on our roads, but also to our communities, is our commitment to commercial vehicles. And the commercial investigations we're doing is certainly changing a lot of behavior. And again, the last thing I'll do is please, councillors, tell us if you have a problem with respect to traffic safety, and we can respond. We can use either technology with the city in order to gauge that movement throughout your corridors, but more importantly, we have the ability to put a person there to help you.
Thank you, Chief Bergen, answering all my questions. Any last comment on Peel asking for 19%, Halton asking for 13%? No, forget it. I'll talk about that with my colleagues. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chair, Budget Chair Will.
Thank you, Councillor Cretch, followed by Councillor Pauls.
Thanks. So getting back to the questions, and I'll try to pair some off here to ask you offline just to save time for everybody here. I know that I'm ahead of lunch. There were 60 shootings in 2024, which was a 71% increase, but there was also a 37% increase in gun seizures. Can you speak to how this data correlates or doesn't correlate? Because you put it together, and so for me, I was trying to understand if there's been a 37% increase in gun seizures, how did that impact the increase in gun crime, or does that relate to actually to the firearm offenses category?
Councillor Crouch, thank you very much. And that clarification is really important. And every year we are seizing firearms. Every year we're seizing firearms. That does not mean that it's always directly correlated to the increase in the gun violence. That being said, the ability for us to have a response to our shooting response team and understanding as the non-fatal investigations, our solvability within our shooting response team has been exceptional in that ability. So they're two different things. They're apples and oranges. We'll continue to seize firearms, and these may be in a traffic stop. We are unfortunately in traffic stops getting loaded firearms every day. This is a reality. We have a difference, though, has been the gun play out in public, where we've seen 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock afternoon gang shootings. As you remember, 2.5 years ago, we introduced Project Strong, stopping targeted retaliations on neighborhood gangs. And again, that was in order to change the behavior, where in fact, the committee or the community was just absolutely victimized by the fact that gangs were just indiscriminately shooting at each other. What we saw in 2024, again, is consistent with those numbers we've seen all across the province. This is not something that's unique to Hamilton. Our numbers that grow to an alarming 60 pale by comparison to what we're seeing, though, in other communities such as York, Peel, and Toronto.
Thanks. The data you shared on slide 22 goes back to 2020, and so it looks like you were talking about a 5-year increase with respect to what's happening with encampments. Can you explain why you chose to go back to 2020 as a data benchmark? So I guess to put it another way, why is it important to look at an increase from 2020 until now?
In many cases, thank you very much, Councillor Crouch, for that, and through the budget chair. In many cases, data sets are presented to us in very different ways, and we see that with respect to hate crime as well. And in this data set, what we've done, and in my notes, if I'm not mistaken, we also made reference not to disregard the challenges of the pandemic and what we had seen in 2020, 2021. In fact, what we were able to do and correlate in those data is when we saw the pandemic change the break and enter numbers because people were working from home and that availability, yet our commercial entries went through the roof because, again, people weren't at their place of business. So there's no real answer to say why that data set is different. We have data sets that are different. I can tell you that since 2020, 2021, and more importantly, I would say commensurate to this board, we too have been able to manage together some of the challenges of homelessness, harm reduction, poverty, mental illness. And in that particular area, those are more, I think, accurate numbers to deal as opposed to what we continue to do, though, is still put year-over-year increases.
I have 2 questions left, one specific, one very general. I guess I'll start with the specific one. And I'm not looking for an answer back on everything about the whole mounted unit. I'm just looking for a really specific question about the mounted unit. One of the reasons I've heard about for keeping the mounted unit in place is that they can help in the rural areas when doing search and rescue. This was also one of the reasons I recall for deploying the remotely piloted aircraft system, or RPAS. There's also discussions publicly about how the RPAS system also helps in rural areas. So my question, I guess, is how many times were the mounted unit deployed in 2024 to conduct rural search and rescue operations, and how many times were the RPAS units used for the same thing? Are these in conjunction? I'm just trying to get a sense of what the activity is.
Thank you very much, Councillor Crouch, and through the board chair. I can tell you, I can certainly get back to you, and I'm looking at the deputy as he's looking through his phone right now. I don't have that number. I can tell you that what we do have is disproportionately what we've been able to do is we have clear numbers of the amount of times we have dispatched the mounted unit within wards and on the streets. The number one area we have dispatched our mounted unit in the calendar year of 2024 was within wards 2 and wards 3 and wards 1. We absolutely did that on purpose. We did that when we don't have the resource to always meet that increase in demand. Our calls for service speak for themselves. If we just looked at Ward 2 and Ward 3 alone, in Ward 2, 22,000 interactions with our community, 21,000 in Ward 3. In many cases, it was giving us comfort, and we heard giving us comfort to the BIAs to have a mounted unit walking the core. So I can tell you that. If the deputy during this time has numbers that speaks to what we have, I can tell you that not only does the RPAS assist us in perhaps being able to reconstruct a traffic accident, we've seen those significant impacts of fatalities along the link, and it has made the efficiencies of bringing an RPAS in order to track that and to catalog the actual mapping of that. We use RPAS for missing persons. We use mounted unit for missing persons. So I will tell you that I will get back to council with respect to that specific question.
Thanks, and I'll send my email offline. So my last question is really about sort of what Councillor Alex Wilson was asking, and I want to just get maybe a simpler answer if it's possible. So if I look at the very last slide, we have a 10.8% increase, and then that's modified by there being a 2.7 and 2.4% reductions, one for the Hamilton Police Service capital budget, one for 911 cost allocation, and then we get 5.7. And then asterisk at the bottom says city costs, right? So I guess I want to just make sure I understand. I understand, I think, and we talked about this during the budget committee last year, these are legislated costs that cities required to pay for policing. Is that how I meant to understand what city costs means there at a really simple level?
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutch, and through the budget chair, Wilson. You're probably dealing with a week ago the thing that spoke to the 10.8. What I understand at GIC on the 23rd is that General Manager Zagaric, and I don't see him in the audience right now, was able to clean that up because it is 5.7. Our ask is 5.7. The 10.8 and what you're specifically asking for is probably the interpretation within the Community Safety and Policing Act, which is section 50, subsection 2, which really clearly discerns the difference between what is the municipality's responsibility to provide facility and equipment, and that interpretation, which is defined as capital. And in this particular case that I understand, and I thank City Manager Marnie Clucky as well as General Manager Zagaric, because what I understood on the GIC at 23rd that we reviewed and watched was in fact it was cleaned up that those were cost to the city and not to my operating budget.
Yeah, I'm just looking at your slide, so that's the information I've got in front of me. And so if I understand it correctly, what you're saying is yes, those are costs for policing that are the responsibility of the city.
No, not necessarily. It is part of what is the requirement of a city in its contract to provide municipal policing services. What we are asking the city to do and understand is to abide by legislative interpretation is what is the city's responsibility and what is the service's responsibility.
Yeah, that's what I said. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, and I'll be really quick. I just want my colleagues to first is page 8, policing our community. Population, 620,000 people. Still on the highway, I think it says 500 or something, but it's 620,000. Household, 245,175. When I became a city councilor, I remember in 2018, it was 177,000. Now it's 245,000.
Do you have a question, Councillor?
So I just want you to look at that. And then page 19, if you look, I just want, and I do have a question, and it's, if you give me some time, page 19.
The chief has been on his feet for some time.
I know,
so if you do
and
have a
I'm
question-
sorry, chief, but if you look at cost per residence, 348, we're the 4th lowest. Take a look at that. And my question to you is, chief, after looking at those two charts, we had the public library come here with a 7% increase, and the reason was because they have to have special talent with social workers, and then they said security. And they said something that they're facing problems with drug addiction in the libraries and all that. I'm wondering, how close do you work with the library, first of all? And second, in your many years of policing, even in the last 10 years or 5 years, how has police changed? Policing has changed.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pauls, and through the budget chair, Wilson. I appreciate that. I can tell you that we work very closely with our city librarians, and they're incredible, and they're doing amazing. And again, with Councillor Crutch's question about how we have all had to come out of a pandemic and how, in fact, the libraries have survived, that, in fact, they've been places for warming centers. They have been places that those people need a place, a refuge, or an opportunity to be there. They had talked about the Wi-Fi and talked about that availability of space to be able to just spend some time. Within the libraries and the relationship, and I can't speak to their approach to their budget, their 7% ask, but what I can speak to is just the central library alone. We had over 240 calls for service in 2024. But those are real-time challenges and issues, and its proximity on the York Boulevard and some other impacts that they're managing and trying to deal with. Yeah, we work with them. They are a partner. They're an incredible partner to us. Policing has changed over the 4 decades that I've been involved in. Our members have many requirements on their tool belt and many things they're asked of. That's why, again, we are committed in the city of Hamilton to understand the impact of our service delivery and what the public is asking of us. And that's why we've been so fortunate to work with incredible social service partners. I can tell you, and again, you were there to give opening remarks on behalf of the mayor, the work that is being done within our crisis intervention teams and their partners with St. Joe's and beyond is second to none, and it's leading this organization to a better path of resolution. But it's also difficult for us because in many cases it's tough for us to get out of an event, and so therefore the training and the supports we give our members in order to understand those victims of human trafficking, victims of drug abuse and such, is working with our both provincial as well as federal partners. But more importantly, what I can give this council some comfort with, you've got incredible people in this municipality. This city is so well served by your leadership team. But more importantly, we've got incredible social service delivery models and people that are doing incredible work, and they've helped us greatly. So I can tell you we could not be more proud to work with all the people of the city of Hamilton to make sure that everybody has a better opportunity.
Thank you for that, Chief, and thank you again for your leadership with the Deputy Chief and all your service members. I want to say thank you.
Thank you.
One more. Councillor Spatafora.
Thanks, Budget Chair. And something was brought up during one of the speaker's questions about the budget. And one of the things that is no longer in the budget for 2025, and that speaks to the intimate partner violence program. And I'd like to hear from you one thing. What is the cost of that program for 2025 through you, Budget Chair, if it were to be implemented?
Thank you very much, Councillor Spatafora, and I will ask for either Director of Finance or the Deputy to assist in cost. We had introduced that, and those were conversations and real-time conversations in 2024, recognizing that the city has declared intimate partner violence as an epidemic, and that's the term, and it's correct. So we've introduced it, and we think that we have a role to play in that. But the impact of that would be right now, based on our workload studies, is additional 17 members in our organization, of which a couple are detectives, so which is a higher pay ratio. And again, it was one of those things that did not survive option 1 to option 2, being able to move forward on that impact. We have not got board approval at this particular point. I've asked our board to accept this in the first Q of 2025 to start having the conversations. But what I will tell you we're going to do is we're going to approach it much like our hate crime community review team. We're going to approach it much like the collaboration that we've experienced in our rapid intervention support team. And that is, I'm going to ask that our partners take a lead role in sitting at the table. I think our partners and what we have in the women's advisory groups and the amazing people in this community that recognize and are champions for intimate partner violence is that we have an investigative role. They have a role that can assist us in dealing with the trauma and dealing with the victimization, et cetera. So I'm going to ask whether or not the deputy would like to add some numbers.
Thanks, Chief, and through you, Chair. The number is 3.6 million. Annually, we are responding to approximately 12,000 calls for service for intimate partner violence and family violence-related calls. So as the Chief mentioned, that number is based on a 17-person unit. And back in the early 2000s, we did pilot a centralized unit just for our downtown central division, and we realized great benefits in terms of the quality of the investigations, the ability to support survivors of intimate partner violence in a more robust way, as well as to manage offenders to certainly deter recidivism. So that would be the goal for 2026. And those are the numbers that I can provide at this time.
Thank you, Deputy Chief and Chief. And I will give you my word today, Chief, that I, in the next month, will try my absolute hardest to ensure that this need gets put back in the budget and we remove some of the wants in our city budget. This should be a need for this community. I speak for Innival House, that's in Ward 14, $3.6 million. Look at some of the stuff in our city budget that are wants and not needs. This needs to be funded. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further speakers. Thank you, Chief Bergen, to you and to your leadership team. You've been on your feet for a long time. Some very good questions. Appreciate your time this morning and this afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Okay, members, I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder to break for lunch for 40 minutes. Oh, beg your pardon, we're going to receive the presentation first, moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Spadafora. A show of hands only. Thank you.
Thumbs up, McMeekin.
Thank you. Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Wang have their thumb up, as do I. A break for lunch, so that will take us to, let's come back here at 2:30, please. And that's when we will be looking at the remainder of the ABCs, okay?
And
Thank
same mover and seconder, Councillor? Same mover and seconder on the recess?
You got me.
And everyone was in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Good afternoon. It is January the 28th. We are still here to talk about the general issues. We're in General Issues Committee budget, and we're now on to the afternoon part of the agenda with respect to our agencies, boards, and commissions. Please note that there are representatives in attendance for each item, should you have any questions. 7.4, Conservation Hamilton, supplementary information. I believe, although I do not see the president and CEO. Oh, they are all online. Thank you very much. Chandra Sharma. Okay, are there any questions from committee with respect to this item? Seeing none, if I can have a mover and a seconder, Councillor Danko and Councillor Crutch to receive the item. Thank you. That carries. 7.5, Grand River Conservation Authority. We have Samantha Lawson, Sonia Radoja, and Karen Armstrong virtually available if there are any questions from members. Seeing none, if we can have Councillor Spatafora and Councillor Francis to receive the item. Show of hands, please. Thank you. All hands have been raised, and that carries. On to 7.6, Hamilton Beach Rescue. We have Chief Ian McKillop in attendance virtually. Any questions from committee on this item? Okay. Councillor Francis will move and Councillor Kazar will second. Show of hands, please, for its receipt. All hands are up. Thank you. Next, we're on to 7.7, the Hamilton Farmers Market. We have the market manager attending virtually, Bill Sloka, along with Adam Watson, who is a senior program manager for market projects, perhaps in person. Any questions from committee? Recognizing Councillor Crutch.
Thanks. I don't have any questions, but just wanted to sort of report back as the chair of the Hamilton Farmers Market about the impacts of the decisions that we made with respect to this budget in the last 2 years. First, just want to thank our current staff and thank council for supporting us hiring the staff, and Adam, Terry, Bill, and Alex, our security team, and everyone at the city, including Ray Kessler and his team, who support the market every day. The changes we made to how we understand this going forward, the vision we supported for the market, all those kinds of things are having a huge impact. So just wanted to report back at our recent board meetings. We now have getting foot traffic reports from people. We're getting a sense of the market being revitalized. In fact, we're doing so much programming now that at the end of December, we actually saw a spike at the end of that month that actually just briefly exceeded our 2019 foot traffic numbers. So the investments we've made in staffing the market are important from a programming perspective and a marketing perspective. So right now, we have someone who's dedicated on a part-time basis to making sure the calendar is full every month. That means having Little Wigglers events at the market. That means providing programming to people coming in like HARC and other organizations to host events at the market. It's lively. When people are walking by, they see things in the York Boulevard space. It feels active, and people are being drawn in more. And so that's been a pretty consistent complaint from vendors since the pandemic about how we recover. And it's been very, very difficult to recover, especially because most of the market's traffic is dependent upon office workers downtown. And not everybody's working as much from offices as they used to be. So then how do you encourage that to happen? And the answer is, well, science tells us, from the people who live in the area who walk around. So we changed our hours to make them a little more synchronous. Now it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, instead of Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And we're doing all kinds of programming and offering to bring people into the market. So I'm just really happy, thanks to Councillor Huang, who's on the board right now, the members of the public and the vendors who are there, and just, again, supportive of council's direction to give that to the market and let them thrive. And as we have a couple of tough years ahead, we have a governance review to go through. We're almost done, coming forward in a couple of months. And then we have to actually think about physically what the market's going to look like in the context of the downtown changes in the next 15 years. And that's why Adam is with us. So grateful for his support. Just a big thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions? Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Budget Chair, and thank you, Chair, Councillor Cratch, for that overview. Just through you to our manager, Mr. Slocum. Good afternoon, sir. Just on one of your slides here at the bottom, challenges still for the Hamilton Farmers Market. Last bullet point, future market parking. As you know, I know Budget Chair Wilson, many people around this table would hope that in modern different transportation modes, people would walk, cycle, or take public transit to the market. But unfortunately, where I am in my constituency and other parts of the city, driving there is going to be still the best option in order to shop and continue to support the merchants there. So maybe Bill can give me some update as to what they mean here at the bottom with the future of market parking. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Slocum. Did you hear the question?
I did, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you to the committee for inviting us here to speak on behalf of the market. Always look forward to the opportunity to talk about what we're up to and the progress that we're making. Through the chair to Councillor Jackson, the parking, well, we anticipate at some point construction will begin in the surrounding condo developments. And I think that is one challenge that I think we'll need to investigate and look for other opportunities or ways to mitigate the lack of parking that we anticipate may happen. It's yet to be decided. We don't even have construction dates yet that I'm aware of, but look forward to the opportunity to work with our developer partners in the area in an effort to try and continue to have a good flow of traffic to the market. And we'll continue to solutionize as those challenges present themselves.
So it sounds like it's status quo for now then, Bill? Nothing
Yes,
in
I would
terms
say
of
so.
additional parking spaces at this time?
My expectation is that 2025 will not be impacted, but certainly have an eye to 2026.
Two other of your bullet points on the same slide. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, downtown safety continues to be a growing concern among market shoppers. Again, I'm reading right off your page of challenges. Do you wish to elaborate, please?
Sure. So as given where we are location-wise, we do, and the recent, certainly the cold snap that we've had and the inclement weather that we've endured, there are an increasing number of what I would call non-shoppers coming into the market. And I know that it's a concern for many shoppers. Panhandling in the area is something that certainly is visual and potentially impactful. I would say that it has improved over the past year. And I think back to my early days with the market, going back to late 2016 when I first began, it was quite substantial. I don't believe it is as bad as it once was. However, it comes and goes, and we do what we can to provide additional security in the market and to create the optics of a secured environment for shopping. And but it's something that I do hear from customers from time to time. And it's something to kind of keep in mind and work through.
Thanks, Bill. Last question, Budget Chair Wilson, through you. Economic concerns are imposing hardships on the market and its small businesses. Still not turning the corner, or is this with regards to still many, if not most families are still struggling to survive, maybe limited amount of disposable income used to come down to the market, whereas if they're in other parts of the city, like on the mountain, they'll use the shopping centers that are closest to them, the groceries that are closest to them. And maybe you can just elaborate on that bullet point, Manager Slocum, and that's my last question, please.
Yes, through the chair. One of our key drivers in the market, primarily on weekdays, is our downtown workers. What we have noticed recently is an influx of construction workers that are working on the First Ontario project next door and so on, which is great. It's a welcome crew that haven't come into the market and enjoy, our food service operations that are there. I would say that, it's just a constant to be mindful that we're not back to normal, and but we continue to work hard. the programming that we've done is initially in Q4 as a result of the additional staffing that we've provided that's provided to us in the market have really paid dividends. And it really shows to me that we're on the right path and that people will come out when there's something to come out for besides shopping. And the two go hand in hand quite well. We had a tremendous December from a customer count perspective and from a programming perspective. You know, everything from Santa to night markets to the like. For those that have come out and enjoyed some of those experiences, I think you've noticed the buzz in the market that we have been missing for quite some time, and it will continue to move or to build as we move forward. Our 2025 calendar in Q1 is already filling up, and the connections that have been made with community organizations that are inquiring about coming to the market and conducting their activities has been on an upward trend, and you know, it's really paid off. And we're very excited about the prospects for 2025. I just want to be mindful of the fact that, yes, there are some tough situations out there. The economy is not as strong as we'd like it to be. And we need to be mindful that we need to be able to appeal to all of our shoppers from all statuses. And we welcome them. And we look forward to a prosperous 2025.
Thank you, Manager Slocum. You've given us a little sparkle of hope, and hopefully we'll get some momentum going this year. Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson.
Thank you. There are no further questions. We'll receive the presentation moved by Councillor Chrétien, seconded by Councillor Wang. All those in favor of its receipt, Wang, yes, secondly. No problem. Thank you, and that carries. 7.8, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. There are several parties in attendance if there are questions from members. Are there any questions? Recognizing Councillor Tattison, please.
Thanks to CAO Leilani Lee Yates for attending today. And of course, she knows me, I sit on the NPCA board. And so I just have a few questions relating to safety and beach closures due to water quality at the Binbrook Conservation Area. And it's related. So is the method of water testing used in Binbrook resulting in extended beach closures which are affecting the bottom line in terms of revenue generation at the conservation area?
Thank you, Member Tattison, and through the chair. I think we can recognize there's many factors that can influence park attendance, but we are seeing some trends that may suggest beach closures are affecting our day use admissions, sales, particularly at Binbrook. So if we use 2022 as a baseline for comparison, there were no beach closures posted due to E. coli in 2022. In 2023, the Binbrook Beach was posted to close for 53% of the season. So this represented 2 weeks of beach closures in July and the full month of August. And we did see a day use admission decrease by 34.8, almost 35% from the 2022 admission rates. And then if we look at 2024, the beach was posted for closing 54% of the time, and that was on and off throughout the season. And day use admissions were down 13% from 2022. Also affected our third-party operators, so particularly our inflatable water park is shut down when the beach is also closed. So they did see an impact in 2023 in terms of shutting their operations down as well.
Okay, thanks for that. And, you know, from your perspective, do you see any ways to improve the monitoring of the water quality there?
Thank you, through the chair. We also have our own water quality monitoring program. In addition to the public health monitoring that occurs at the beach, we also do take samples for ourselves and send to labs for analysis. And we can get those results within 24 to 48 hours. So we do also offer our own monitoring at the beach site, and then we coordinate with public health if anything comes in and we need to discuss with them.
Okay, so basically you're saying that there's a possible efficiency that we may be missing here that could be mutually beneficial to the NPCA in terms of water safety monitoring and savings, and in terms of operations for the city of Hamilton. Is that correct?
I think it's definitely worth exploring further with city staff and public health. The benefit of having our water quality monitoring team as well going out more frequently is we can, be the eyes on the ground more frequently and perhaps get results quicker to make calls whether to close the beach or to open it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. No more questions.
Thank you. To the external speaker who just spoke, if you wouldn't mind identifying yourself and your title for public consumption. Thank you.
Thank you through the chair. Leilani Lee Yates, CAO Secretary Treasurer for the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority.
Thank you kindly. Any further speakers? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. And I sincerely appreciate Councillor Tattison bringing up this issue because it has been a long-standing issue that we have been looking at. I'd like to, I'm not sure if this is possible, refer that issue, that challenge that we've been having to the city manager to have her look into it to see. It's a jurisdictional kind of quagmire. So the park is in Hamilton, but the park is in the Niagara watershed. The Niagara watershed water flows through to the Welland River. It does not flow down to Lake Ontario. We have our public health who is operating under their jurisdiction as the city of Hamilton. Niagara has a different process, and yet we've not been able to come to an agreement. And I think it really is something of the two parties kind of having a discussion and sorting out an agreement to try to resolve the issue. I don't know whether or not that's appropriate here or whether I should be dealing with it afterwards, and I look to you for your advice.
Thank you, Councillor. My respectful suggestion is because it is outside the context really of this budget in terms of what is in this budget, I'm wondering whether you could offer some formal direction in partnership with Councillor Tattison at the most appropriate standing committee for the city manager and or for the Board of Health.
We can do that. We can work with the city manager to arrange that. And then Leilani and your staff will have an opportunity to meet with our staff and have that discussion and see if we can come to an agreement. So I will take that advice. Councillor Tattison agrees, and we will do that. Thank you for waiting so patiently. And I know you were here for a time and then you've gone back to your office and you're available now. Both Leilani and Lise, they have done a remarkable job at the NPCA. They continue to operate from, in my perspective, an excellent good governance practice. And the organization has improved dramatically from what it was maybe 6 years ago now. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There are no further speakers. So it's moved by Councillor Tattison, seconded by Councillor Clark to receive this item. Show of hands, please. All hands are up. Thank you. On to 7.9, the Royal Botanical Gardens. I believe the CEO, Nancy Rowland, is present. If there are any questions from members of this committee, are there any? Seeing none? Okay. It is moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Cassar to receive the item. All hands up or down? Thank you. That is carried. Are there any notices of motion today? Seeing none, we're on to adjournment. Thank you very much to everyone who participated in this meeting, to all the staff who assisted, and to our outside partners for their presentations as well. Have a great day. Thank you, my friend.